Hello and welcome back to the Everwind Chronicles. I am Doug, your dungeon master, and we are a group of friends and storytellers telling you a story through Dungeons and Dragons. So, where we last left off, the party had become rebels in the country of Lyrandil, and somewhere along the way, the weapon supplier for the rebellion had stopped all communications and shipments. So the leader, Adris, sent the party to try and find out what happened. So they were sent to the distant southern desert country of Alraka, to the city of Tir Ratha, which is Sura's hometown. And along the way, they sailed south, wrecked the ship, made a deal with a mysterious entity at a great cost, and found themselves in the middle of the desert, lost. But they managed to fight their way across the desert, encountering a strange individual claiming to be a merchant, riding in a magical enclosure that's bigger on the inside, on the back of an enormous scorpion, and accompanied by a number of guards riding these sort of dragon-like creatures called sandrakes, which are all very, very expensive and very hard to procure or tame. And along the way, they, after seeing this man named Desh and his retinue, there was a moment of coming clean with everyone, with each other, in which he confessed that he is in fact the Prince of Alraka, an heir to the throne, heir to the Tsar. Which they also came clean about their identities as well. Mm-hmm. So then the party progressed for about a week in travel through the treacherous desert, and I will pick up as we continue this little recap of the travel. So. You continue traveling with this prince, enjoying his very, very luxurious accommodations, and going at a faster pace than you would normally be able to go on this strange creature he called a grand scorpion. You find, as you found last time, that he continues to train the younger servant in combat. You see that they all pay him pretty, they're all very, very respectful and very deferent to him. But he does treat them well. He does seem to take care of them and, treat them with respect. I'll be expecting obedience. Over the course of the week, as you had requested last time, also are able to convince him to do some, some sparring. And rather than taking up half of a session with one-on-one combat, you find that he is incredibly competent one-on-one. He's very good with a sword, but he especially shines with a spear. He's very stylistic and show-offy as he fights, but he is very good at one-on-one combat. If you do groups, like pairs or even a whole group against him and his guards, and even the cleric sometimes tossing in for the sparring sessions, you find he's not as strong at coordinated team combat. He just seems to be very good at that one individual skill. The strange mage in black that has been sitting watching you carefully the whole time also does not engage. And unlike all the other servants and guards and everything like that become familiar with you and are willing to talk and at least have familiar interactions, this individual does not engage with you and just doesn't respond if you even try. just stares at you, and seems to be the only one who is not, becoming a little more comfortable with your presence.
Strong silent typing.
Yeah. Too cool for school.
That's right.
You also notice he doesn't even eat at the prince's table. He pulls out his own food from his own bag and seems self-sufficient for the most part. As the week, comes to an end, as you're sitting there at breakfast one day, as the scorpion turns and starts to head down, and you see in that opening, you see coming into view the vast city of Tir Ratha in the distance. Looking down at it from this distance, it's hard to tell much detail about it, except that the size is astonishing. It's far bigger than any city you've seen so far. It is a huge mass of just life and construction, and it is just it's kind of astonishing. And even from this distance and height, you can see as you kind of pay attention to it a little bit that it is indeed concentric circles. And you can see between the 4th and 5th level, the walls, there are actually walls separating these concentric circles. And you can see between the 4th and 5th level, the wall is actually a little higher than the others. And you also notice that the outer ring doesn't seem defined, doesn't seem to have a wall at all. But it's hard to make out what's kind of odd, what else is kind of odd or interesting about that outer area. But he tells you that sometime by midday probably you'll reach the gates. So anything else you guys would like to do before?
I start prepping my hair and makeup for a disguise.
Okay.
And I'm going to go as the merchant, the tiefling merchant that I've been developing.
Okay.
So I will be under the disguise of Mosaius Brevis.
Okay.
Who is a would-be merchant of sorts, currently specializing in tea, but always interested in branching out and looking for new ventures. So that I'm not walking in my purple skin.
Okay. Can you remind everyone?
So she's like a burnt umber, like a burnt orange tiefling, and she has like a darker orange, like the wig is a darker orange that kind of fades into like a blue tip on the end. I changed my eye color so it's like this like red, but it's like red speckled, kind of like how like a sunburst. Like there's like a bit of like a yellow orange in the center and it bursts out into this red, so that like the gold, my inner gold is still there, but it bursts out into red along the edges. My horns are still my horns, like they're still the same shape, but I've painted them along with my skin to have that same coloration. And there's that kind of like undefined, slightly British, slightly Alroccan accent to be kind of like not quite defined, where is she from kind of persona, so that I can just kind of lie and say that I'm from anywhere. I can be of this place or I can be of somewhere else. It just depends on the vibe.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay.
And before we go, at some point I would have gathered you guys. I've got my new hair too, what she would say.
I love this like new like
My pixie.
Pixie cut.
She would say, would you guys mind just, I think I'll just go by Noah here, if that's okay.
Noah.
Okay.
I can do that.
Yes, it is, yeah.
DM question. Reminder on timeline. If we would have never crashed or done any of that, how long should our trip have taken to arrive here?
Are you talking about if you had
Stay on the ship.
gone to the port?
Yeah, if we'd have done, if things would have went correctly, how long are we looking at?
If the Folly hadn't done Folly things.
From there, probably about 2 weeks, maybe a little more, depending on weather and other
So 2
factors.
weeks from when we left the rebel camp.
No, 2 weeks from when you arrived at Tir Garash. Like,
Port City. Like we're like almost a month ahead of schedule.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like,
Yeah,
how much
like
did we pick up
3.
time or did we not?
no, you did.
Yeah, we-
A lot of the time.
But in a weird way.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Ass
probably
backwards.
you probably picked up a week and a half at least
Wow.
of time.
Okay. That's what I was trying to figure out. 'Cause
Yeah, no, from the camp to Tir Garash, I want to say, well, from the camp to the coast was about a week. Then you went from the coast to Tir Garash was like 17 days, I want to say.
How far
Like
were we?
if you had sailed successfully. Then from Tir Garash to Tir Ratha was probably a little over 2 weeks.
How far away from the coast were we when the ship sank?
Ways out. We were out in the
We were
coast.
still.
Oh yeah, you were.
Yeah,
out in the
we
middle of
just
nowhere.
went-
So
Pedals.
we've gained probably more than a week and a half of time then, based on like we were still.
Well, the route I'm calculating the route they
Okay.
took, which was to swing out far enough west to not to run less risk of running into Alracan patrol ships. So that's part of why they were so far
Gotcha.
out.
Okay.
Was trying to avoid that because those waters are obviously watched because of the war. So
with that being said, during our approach, I'd like to pull out my book and message Adris.
okay.
And I'm going to let him know that we are approaching the town to meet with his contact and see what we can find out. Is there any more information or things we should be aware of before we try to make contact?
Well, you travel fast. That's good. I don't believe anything, not anything more than I've already conveyed to you. Just to be careful, it's a dangerous place.
We will be.
You remember who you're supposed to contact?
Petra.
Yes.
But do you remember who can help you see Hethra?
Sylvanos.
Yes.
At the cleric's inn.
As a group, we know.
All right.
Okay.
Keep me updated. Good luck.
Is Desh like dropping us off? Or is he gonna like, do we ride the Scorpion into the city?
Yeah, so as you guys approach the city, as you get closer, you start to realize that the outer layers of the city are. You're vaguely reminded of the shambles outside of Elduin, except both like somehow worse in condition, but also multi-leveled. And looking from the outside, it's like looking into this kind of multi-level hodgepodge of this weird maze-like structure of just random bits of wood and metal and whatever can be, strewn together for whoever's dwelling in whatever part of this structure at a time. But before you reach that, in front of it, you see a group of somewhat nicer buildings with where the ground is a lot more rocky and not quite as sandy, and you can see barns and in long rows along with what looks like pastures but without grass, like fences and things like that, where you see a lot of horses and camels and things of that nature, and they pull up to this compound of buildings.
Before we get there, can I have a quick conversation with Desh, just real fast?
Sure.
Because after like the sparring and things like that, like I would like to have at some point coordinated like a team fight because I want to keep our training up and stuff like that. But I wanted to just have a very quick conversation with them.
Sure.
So that was a very good sparring match the other day. But I did notice you have a bit of trouble once there's a couple different people around.
Yes, most of my training has been in one-on-one combat. I admit it has been a few years since I fought in a unit. And even then, it is a curse of someone in my position that even when you're in a unit, you're not truly of the unit. It's a handicap of the position, I'm afraid.
I understand it. I did not know what power was until I fought with my brethren here. So I understand very well how important it is to have a unit that backs you. One-on-one, sure, you can handle maybe somebody short or less capable, but put 2 or 3 and suddenly, even if they are inferior to your skills, you are still fighting an uphill battle. Alraka is the same way. She's powerful. And she can do much. And she's survived much. But when you start putting a lot of other forces against her, even if they are mediocre than her, she will fall by the numbers. Please keep that in mind. Allies are hard to come by. We make them where we can.
Well, Alraka, like me, has faced many, many larger threats alone, and survived, and even prevailed. But I am no strategic fool. I understand what you say. Like I said, you have given me much to think about. This time.
And I look up at the murals above our head. She is lucky, but she is also smart.
Perhaps more than all of us.
We cannot survive on luck alone. It takes a smart mind to know the opportunities when luck affords them.
But, as a great card player I once played with said, I'd rather be lucky than good.
Why not both?
Exactly.
Keep the cards stacked in your favor.
Is why you see more than one up there, and not just her.
And you have picked a smart grouping. So, I just wanted to leave you with that. And thank you for the sparring, and the food, the conversation, the ride, and the discretion.
Well, I trust that such discretion will be returned, as I am but a humble merchant here.
And so am I. Our lips are sealed, and if they are not, I will seal them for them. You have my word on that.
Very well. And very good.
I'll say, well, sometime when we were sparring, I would talk to Desh about, like, I would be observing his defensive techniques.
Okay.
And I specifically want to learn more about doing that.
Okay. Yeah, and he is happy to teach. He is, contrasting to training you've received in the past, he's much more, big-chested about it and just very, treating you like a child for the most part. But it is valuable teaching, and he is able to help you improve in your techniques. And you all find it, that doing this is beneficial. It's kind of opening your mind to new techniques and new ways of thinking about the skills you're already using. And
I'm extra mindful too with the Folly to teach them about footing on the sand, because the sand can be your biggest enemy in a fight if you're out in the desert, because the footing is not stable. And if you're trying to use stable footing as your means of primary movement, you can't root yourself in this kind of place. So I teach them, I just talk to them about you can't rely on the roots of your feet to do this. You have to rely on the strength of your core and your ability to move your feet fast. So stay on your feet, keep your center of gravity centered so that both feet are always available to you at any time for anything.
I immediately start practicing that.
Yeah, and he backs up what you're saying with a lot more poetic flair of, like water. You must move with the land and not allow it to escape you. Your feet must take hold of it like a captive. Just a lot of talk like that. But it's despite all of his arrogant flair, he does seem to know what he's talking about, and it is helpful. So for sure. Okay. Indeed. So as you approach, they approach this set of buildings, which becomes clear in Asura you would know are basically buildings for horses and wagons and other kinds of things for visitors coming in. They're like secure, guarded facilities for putting up creatures of burden and things like that, because the city is not. The streets are too narrow for all but the highest classes to be able to be allowed to utilize those sorts of creatures. So, after they run into a little bit of a delay as the people in charge have no idea how to handle a grand scorpion. And so the prince, tells you, this might take a while. Feel free to go about your business.
Before, and then, as we're getting down, I just kind of, lean in and remind him about, this city is built on its circles. Everyone cares about where they are and what they do in their space. It is a town full of individuals who are all collectively trying to keep their own and fighting for a little more than what they had the day before. They are very independent and very proud of who they are and where they stand. But everyone wants something more, and they want something better, and if they think you have it, they're going to take it.
I'm certain I will be able to take care of myself, but
No doubt.
if worse comes to worse, perhaps Tir Ratha will have a reminder that all the circles are under the Tsar.
Good luck with that.
I'm sure she will be.
Thank you.
You're a very intriguing group. It's very entertaining and very interesting travel. Much better than it would have been.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate the ride for sure. And Merchant Dash, nice to meet you.
God to be with you, my new friends.
And yours with you.
Indeed, yeah.
May the sands forget us in time.
And he turns and just goes back to what he was doing while the rest of the staff is trying to take care of the accommodations of these strange creatures. So, you are facing essentially on a main kind of busy thoroughfare that seems wider and kind of goes straight through this outer layer towards the city. What would you like to do?
The first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to give my 2 blue daggers to you.
Oh, you don't want to hold them? I'll
Yeah.
definitely hold them for you. You don't want them?
You told me when we got here you would hold them for me.
I don't remember that, but I believe you, and I will hold them for you.
Just keep them hidden. Don't let anyone see the handles.
So where's this place we're supposed to go to meet our contact?
Captain, grant your mercy a little bit here.
Yes,
Don't
we're
know
heading to the inn.
It's the Cleric's Inn. It's on the 4th level. We're looking for Sylvanos. Sylvanos.
Salvanos.
So we're heading to the 4th.
How do we get up?
We walk it. We'll have a bit of freedom of movement here. They are not as stringent in the movements down here, but they are going to want to know. So if anyone asks, we're just merchants from Karandia, just interested in expanding our routes. And
Okay.
obviously, this place is known for its metalworks and its, quality trade, its silks, things like that. So we're just, like any merchant who is expanding their contracts, getting to know kind of the spaces and places they want to make business in. I've got some fake documents I made during our travels. We'll see if they work, if anyone asks. But more importantly, I need you to be very, very aware of your surroundings at all times. Don't talk to anybody you don't know. which is everyone. Don't make any sly comments about what you see and hear, because everyone is watching and everyone is listening. And most importantly, little kids are not your friend around here. They're cute, they're grabby, and they will cry. It's all tactics.
Which level should we look into?
We're heading to the 4th circle.
Right.
Long trip. That's yeah.
I just like to get rid of these. You know, I pull out the earrings, the Ifriti. Like, I think these would be good use to something. Yeah, they like the Ifriti.
What's the
the
demon?
the red guy that we
Yeah.
killed, that we poofed.
You took his earrings?
Yeah, we
that's
had
all was
found
left.
his earrings.
Oh.
He just like bamfed away and left dust and earrings.
Are
Okay.
they magical?
Sweet.
No,
They're just cool.
they're we can say like these are legitimate Ifriti earrings.
Could we sell them?
Yeah. that's what I'm saying.
Everyone likes something around here.
Yeah.
I also have
Yeah.
the cheap jewelry that I found in my
Yeah.
like bag of goods.
And the white dragon
Yeah, we've
horn,
got
teeth,
stuff, yeah.
and vials.
Oh, that's right.
We've got stuff.
It'd be nice to unload this stuff.
But let's make our way out and get familiar with how the circles run around here. And
So, just to, I mean, you said it before, but we are merchants from
Karandia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we don't know who the Folly of the White Dark Dragon is. Or do we know who they are? We know who they are.
Obviously we know them.
We know them.
We've seen their shows. They're
We've seen-
amazing.
That's right. They're great.
The bards are incredible
Yeah.
in Karandia.
Top notch.
Also, we're not
5
dumb. We
stars.
know what happened to
Yeah,
Elderlin.
yeah.
Everyone knows what happened to
Right,
Elderlin.
right.
Oh, look at Sarah.
It's a great show.
It's really
Next time we're in town, you have
Please
to
always assume that we know things. It's
Yeah.
fine.
it's a weird show, to be perfectly honest. I don't think I was well captured in it, but
So you guys put on a show.
no, we didn't.
It's about-
Bards,
yeah. The
professional
bards,
bards
okay.
told our story. It was pretty.
Honorary.
It was pretty cool.
So, yeah.
No.
Like we're narrative. Anyway,
What she said.
That's right.
Well, you guys are talking. Stoke looks like he's having issues because he's
Did you eat more scorpion?
adjusting himself.
uh-huh.
I've taken my coin purse
Yeah.
and I've tucked it inside of my pants and tied the strings to my belt.
Nice. So it's constantly just like
It's just
swinging.
like it's a cod piece.
There you go.
Basically, yeah, it's a cod piece. It is
Your
an
goal.
inside cod piece.
I do
Good,
whisper
smart.
I do whisper to Noah, and I just go. The best place to tuck it is underneath your left tit. They grab for the right ones first.
I'd say nothing.
And I immediately, you just see me go, "Whoop," and like my coin purse just goes like underneath my boob. Yeah.
I don't think mine do that.
I can't hold a pencil either.
Not just waiting for like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I can hold a whole textbook. I'm fine.
But yeah, I think we've all taken time to secure our
Yeah.
personal
Yes.
belongings
This
a
bag of
little more
holding is
securely.
over the whole shoulder underneath my robe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
But
very
I'm
secure.
also like keen eyes everywhere. I'm paying especially close attention to what I knew or the tricks I learned as a kid. Like
Sure.
I knew every trick in the book in this town when strangers walked in. I knew exactly how this game got played.
Are there like guards at the gates, or can we just kind of walk in?
Well, so as you progress, because there are no gates immediately, you just start walking into the slums. So as you walk, as you enter into this area, which I'll narrate, but some of it is being supplemented by her as you go.
Because this is my level.
Yeah, so the slums are also called nowhere. It basically is like nothing. Class-wise, you're nothing if you live out here. And as you enter into, this area, despite being kind of a little bit of a wide thoroughfare, there's still a bit of shadow from, just this, varying between 3 and 5 stories of, like I said, just patchwork. Calling it carpentry would be a stretch. It really is just like hodgepodge, ramshackle building. that looks like every little piece in every little room, which often, a lot of them that you're seeing are only about as big as a closet, are made of whatever they could find to build this sort of space for themselves. As you walk further in, you notice that the ground is soft, and it kind of elevates a bit as you walk, and then kind of flattens out for the most part, but is strangely soft underfoot. And as you look, and as it's explained, it's really the entire ground is just made up of centuries of compacted garbage that you are walking on.
Nice.
Which also explains, in part, the smell.
Yeah, it's really hot.
Yeah, it is very hot. Everything smells like
A landfill.
yeah, it smells like landfill. So it smells like garbage, rotten vegetables, body odor, occasional whiffs of blood, sweat, and it is occasionally rotting bodies, and what smells like decay.
Bring out your dead.
It is horrible. You see, as you walk, you see lots of people wearing what looks like the least amount of clothes they could possibly find, that are often full of holes and tattered and dirty, and their skin is all dirty, and like none of them have ever seen a bath, and lots of them have scars or missing body parts, or and all of them looking curiously at you and at the crowds, and you guys kind of stand out a little bit more than the remaining crowd, with a few of you being very unusual types in this area. And sure enough, I mean, the minute you start approaching, sure enough, you have people hawking goods at you, coming in close, trying to sell you various things. Like one guy approaches and is like, you look very weary. You must need something to resuscitate. I have potions that will heal you very quickly, very good quality. And cheaper than most, 40 gold. Would you be interested?
The wares are unwanted, but thank you.
Are you certain? It's always good to have healing on hand.
Of course it is, but it is better in your hands.
And you see, as he's talking, you see on Bear and Sarek a couple of kids, like, behind them, taking advantage of the distraction.
And I'm gonna run and I'll go, not these. And I say it to them in Thieves' Cant.
Yeah, and the kids back off and, like, give you this, like, evil, like, this angry look, and the merchant curses at you in Infernal and backs off.
And I just go, Budacha, Budacha.
I'm gonna pull out my little magical spice pouch because it's a new day, and I'm gonna cast my spell to make it full of crushed mint,
Okay.
and I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna sprinkle it in my beard.
It's a Vicks Vapor.
I got that whole beard. I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna put all that
go.
dust in there and ask if anybody else wants some.
Yes, please, yeah. Please, thank you.
That's good.
I don't take it.
Yeah.
Bloodpool is pretty disgusting too. I'm okay. Thank you though.
So it never smelled like this ever in its
Nice.
entirety.
Yeah, giving you now the effect. You know how like cough drops have citrus with mint. It's now like garbage with mint. Decaying menthol. Like
A little bit. Still a little bit.
Better than just garbage.
Yeah.
right.
Saying,
Every little bit.
I'll take it.
Yeah. Well, it's also helping clear your sinuses so that you can take in these odors.
More.
Yeah.
It was either this or the peppers, and that one might hurt.
I don't know if anyone actually pays attention, but Sarah does not close her mouth. She just like mouth breathing in here.
Oh, I don't want to taste it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even for you, because you've been away from it so long, while the smell, you tend to remember smells a lot better than anything else. It's still it's been years, and you almost forgot, like, just how impoverished these people are. That is, even the shambles back in Carondia looks better. Looks like middle class by comparison. Like, this is probably the lowest level of survivability for a mortal race. It is horrible, and you guys frantically, you constantly are seeing, the beggars, and you're seeing people occasionally being violent with each other, and you actually see a guy get killed at one point, and I'm sure you would ward off any involvement, but it's very clearly, like, you're constantly having to watch and ward off people approaching you, and kids, approaching and with sob stories, and trying to get you to help them and just give them something to eat, and well-constructed sob stories designed to tug at the heart, interestingly, as you walk, you hear the same story a couple of different times. Like, it's spread out, but it's you start seeing, some of these are repeat techniques.
There's one story in particular, if I hear it, I'm going to repeat it at the same time the kid starts talking, because I remember my story very well. So when, and we just passed, the kids pass these stories on to each other, so the older kid will teach the younger kid the story. And so if I hear one of my stories, I'll just literally repeat it to him at the same time.
Which, at that, like all the other rejections, it's kind of interesting that you see this immediate switch of this kid that you kind of are tempted to help to hatred and anger. And it's like you just get this impression that there's this underlying anger under everything in this area. This just aggression under everything. But you eventually make your way, through this area till you hit the first wall, leading into the second level. And the guards kind of look you over, but seeing that you're foreigners, just wave you in. And you enter into another area that it's still very poor, very astonishingly poor, but you are seeing a little bit more permanent structures. They're still horrible, a lot of them missing doors and no windows and things like that. A lot of them, some of them made of what looks like it might have been mud at one point. There's just a hodgepodge of things like this. You also would know this is the level where the Burning Bazaar is. This is where most lower class people shop. It's a huge outdoor market. And a lot of out of town merchants go there, especially if they've been kicked out of a higher level or don't have wares that would appeal at a higher level. So in this area, you can picture, if you want a real life example, if you think of Mogadishu, it is still very chaotic, very aggressive, very not trustworthy. But eventually you make your way through it up to the third level, where again you're kind of evaluated and let through. As Asura would tell you, this is where this level houses a lot of the warehouses. This is where the warehouse district is for a lot of business that happens out of Tir Ratha. You also know there's a lot of workshops in this area of things being made or repaired or anything like that, with whatever labor is willing to or sometimes unwilling to work it. So a lot of sweatshop type situations. And so a lot of those are around this area. And here at the third level, you finally see housing that's probably at the level of the Ash District, which is the poor area of Elduin that you guys saw at different times. So it's like taking the third level to get to that level of poverty. And so this is a little more business oriented, but there's still people living there, of course, because the third level's still a class. And then finally you reach the fourth level, and are let in. And this is where you finally start seeing a little bit mix of middle class housing with some poorer housing, and there's some fluctuation happening.
Almost like a country village.
Yeah, it's like a little more permanent, a little more like actually built, intentionally, and maybe some planning and things like that have happened at different times.
Are we actually like going up in elevation, or is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and you could see from the outside when you're looking down on it, it does kind of go at a slight elevation as you go up.
Yeah, I was curious. Is it like tiered like a cake, or is it more like a spiral? And as we go around, we're just going up and through gates.
No, it's not a spiral. You're kind of walking more or less straight as you go up.
But
on this
then we
main
go
road.
stairs to go up, or it's sloped the whole way?
Yeah, it's more or less sloped.
It's like a long ramp.
Yeah,
It's like a big ramp.
So far, what you've seen is like there's a
so
slow
thoroughfare
ramp up, and then
and
it kind of
rings.
plateaus for the majority of the level. Then there's a
Okay.
slow, slow enough to not be super noticeable. But it is elevating. So like
That's what I was trying to figure out is how.
Is each level, I guess, past the first one? Like I kind of imagine like it's basically there's a inner ring and an outer ring, or there are multiple rings within the.
yeah, you're crossing walls of rings each level.
Yeah, is it like an alleyway, or are there multiple alleyways within each level?
Yeah, it's like a whole. It's pretty big. Like you're talking like
Streets.
many city blocks.
Within each level?
Yeah, within each between each
Scale's
set of
big
walls.
enough for you to notice
Wall to
the
wall.
transition.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. This is way bigger than like any sort of Attack on Titan situation. Because I know at least one person is thinking Attack on Titan right now.
It's to get to where you're going. It's from the outside of the slums is about an hour of walking.
To the
It's-
fourth level?
Yeah. It's,
Okay.
And we're going straight. We're not like deviating.
So, here is where they call it the Memon Market. This is where it's a slightly nicer open market is. And not trustworthy still, but more reliable. This is where nicer foreign merchants will come and do business. The vendors can be kicked out. The Burning Bazaar doesn't really kick people out for the most part. Like it's like the Wild West, like down on the second, but on the fourth, there are patrols of whatever family controls it at the time, and it is a little bit more quote unquote policed, and has some standards of like you can't just completely be a fraud all the time.
You can sell a
is.
lemon, you can't steal their money.
Yeah, or at best you can do it sometimes, but not constantly, and
Change up your
like
story a little.
especially foreigners or lower class is definitely more okay than. Well, and foreigners is a tricky situation class-wise in Tir Ratha no matter what, because it depends on what foreigner you're picking a fight with. So,
That's where we're kind of walking. I noticed that we stick out. So then, what?
Flamboyant.
Flamboyant. Turn to Asura. I go, Mazaeus, do you think we should stop at a market and maybe buy local attire? Should we kind of match the city surroundings?
Honestly, it's probably a little bit better that we stick out right now.
Really?
Foreigners are not held to the same standard. Like, we are considered we are not considered members of this hierarchical system, so that we are given leniency, but also at the same time a different sort of critical eye. But we are not then bound to having to explain ourselves. Whereas if we looked local, they're going to want to know what number you are. They're going to want to know what you're doing. They're going to be a lot more mindful of your comings and goings per which family you're involved in. Whereas obviously they know for a fact we would not be considered part of any of that. So they're going to be critical of us, but more in the sense of like, are you worth anything? Are you valuable?
Okay.
Do you have value?
Well, that does answer my question, but also too, do you think it could also be beneficial for like getting through the heat and like traveling through the desert?
I mean, I certainly say dress light, but then you would be without armor, without.
Right. Which is kind of needed sometimes.
Look around and see if there's any sort of Alrakan silks or anything like that. They are expensive, but they are the lightest, most durable things that you will ever wear out here. Perfectly designed for this kind of weather. You can consider it. It is a bit pricey. You definitely consider it of value if you're walking around wearing those. So. But let us meet our contact first, and then we can decide how we want to proceed.
Sure. Sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
So the last thing that Aegis told us, I think he said we should tell Salvanos we work with White Death. I think is our key word. That's what I remember him telling me anyway.
Okay.
I wasn't around for some of this conversation, so I want to make sure that that's right.
Is that what you guys have in your notes?
That's what I wrote down.
Gosh darn it, you're supposed to be my brain while I was out.
We're all depending on Bear.
That's right.
Listen, I trust Jeb. I don't trust Bear.
Yeah.
That's fair. Okay.
I just have Hethra in my notes because that was the one that.
No, honestly, it freaks me out too. Like, really? That's what I wrote down? Like, that's really the keyword?
Uh-huh.
Okay, sure. Let's go with it.
I think that's what Aegis' nickname was. So
It is.
Yeah. It
But I don't
is.
know if we were supposed to be like, White Death, White Death, White Death, White Death.
Doug.
Blanco.
Is what?
Is that right?
Muerte.
Did we get a
Where
description of
this?
this person?
I didn't.
I mean, you are looking for Salvanos at the cleric's end.
Oh, Cleric's End.
Yeah.
Which is at level 4.
Don't worry about it.
We were walking around for like 3 hours. Where's the cleric's inn?
And I believe, yes, you're just supposed to say that you're been sent by the White Death.
We didn't get a description of Sylvanus.
Nope.
let's just go find this place and get some food, and then
Yeah. That sounds like a good idea.
see what we hear.
Hey, this is kind of like your establishment. Like, it's the end of clerics. Get it? Like, you're no longer a cleric.
It's very offensive to her.
She's still a cleric. She's fine.
That was pretty funny.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
But she doesn't laugh.
Did Noah say it? That's very funny.
No, she smiled.
Okay.
She smiled. Oh, okay.
I will. It's very funny.
Deadpan.
Yeah.
Would have been.
Hilarious.
She's not quite Wednesday Addams.
Yeah.
We're working on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. New hairstyles.
Yeah.
New personality.
Yeah.
All right. So, you start making your way through the 4th level. You don't know where this place is. So, whoever wants to can roll an investigation check to try and find it.
I shall. I'm ready.
Keep an eye out for it.
Investigation.
Ooh, 26.
26, okay.
Nat 20.
Yay!
That is 29.
Yay!
Nice.
Suck it.
Sucker 26.
There's no way that wasn't gonna be entertaining. He beat you.
Who's gonna bet? No.
26 is so weak.
You don't know anything.
Stupid. Okay, jeez. It was a competition, but all right.
It's like anime where it's like 26. Oh, you think that's strong?
It's a strong investigation.
I'm so investigative. Snotty.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man. So like the first person you pull aside to ask like knows exactly where it is and directs you, so you're able to go straight there. Very quick.
Where's the trigger?
So you continue making your way through the busy streets. It is still very hot. You know, it's by the it's midday, probably around 2 o'clock at this point, and you're it is sweaty, and you're just making you're through a mass of people. The 4th level, as you know, has a lot of shops. It also has the artisan quarter, and is the more likely to have serviceable inns that are accessible. but you eventually make your way a little ways, about 10 minutes off of that main road down not an alley or anything, but another road, until you finally reach a building kind of built into a long row of buildings, with a sign that's kind of sand-worn and almost faded, so it gets a little bit harder to read, with a what looks like, it takes you a second because of how long it's obviously been here, but what looks like an angel, like with like wings kind of like on its knees with like wings kind of drooping to the side as it says Cleric's End. So
Good find.
Ah, thank you.
I helped out with
It's okay.
Did a good job, too.
I know you tried.
I know a thing or two about clerics, you know.
Might as well see what they have in this place.
Yeah. A good ale, yeah. I'm ready to have myself a good beverage. Relax.
Ooh, taste the local cuisine.
Indeed,
Local-
yeah.
Local spirits.
I've never had Arakan
Be ready for
specialties.
your mouth to burn a little bit, just like your skin.
Let's go.
We like it hot around here, on the inside and the outside.
Fantastic.
As we all go in, I'll be the last to go in, and I'd just like to do like I guess a perimeter check right before we go in to see if anybody's got
And I want to do a
zombies.
perimeter
Yeah.
check as soon as we walk in, so like get a lay of the land from the
and do
inside.
perception checks.
Yep. That's gonna be a
28.
21.
Okay. So outside, you're just seeing a whole lot of people, like a big stream of people going both ways and lots of noise. So it's very hard to perceive anything. You're not seeing anything that stands out at you at the moment, but it's, it would be difficult because of how many people. It's like, it is just a river of people just kind of going both ways. But you don't see anything that stands out or anybody. I mean, you are getting a lot of curious glances as you walk and that sort of thing, but nothing that stands out immediately. Okay. As you guys walk inside, you immediately notice a little bit of a change of atmosphere. Inside, you find it a little bit unusually low lit. A little bit dark, especially coming from the bright sunlight. It seems especially dark, and it takes you a few minutes for your eyes to adjust and realize it's visible, but it's like it's dark. And for whoever wants to, you probably have been through enough taverns to know that different taverns have different atmospheres, and this one feels dangerous. Just kind of looking at the people inside, which is about halfway populated at the moment, with a variety of mostly tieflings, some other humans, and other races mixed in, but mainly tieflings. Most of them look armed, most of them look very unfriendly. A lot of them give you very pointed and open stares as you walk in. There's not really music playing or anything like that. It is just you just get the impression of like, okay, not a friendly tavern, not like a party tavern. Okay.
I specifically look for a table that does not have the hallmarks of a well-established seat for a family, because some of them tend to be prepped in a way, they're always kind of prepared for someone to show up. So I look for a table that feels very unprepared.
Okay.
Kind of haphazard.
Sure. Yeah, you're able to find one not too far from the door, which would not be where most people would choose. And take a seat. It's a little while before the bartender comes around the bar and comes over to you, and you can see he's a somewhat thin, maybe middle-aged, black-skinned tiefling. Wearing a dirty apron, walks over to you and says, "What do you want?"
What are your specials for today?
We have soup
Of
the Cleric's End.
Is it spicy?
Sounds delicious.
Soup and
Yeah,
What's your spiciest soup, yeah?
you got it.
More interested in your ale.
That too.
Can I
We
specifically?
have ale.
Can I specifically request like a local ale, like the ones that are like?
When you drink it in the bar, it's local.
Not always. It could be imported. But I specifically want to order, like, in my mind, there's basically, like, a jalapeno beer. Like, what would be a jalapeno beer? I specifically ordered that for everyone.
Craft. Craft all rockin'.
We have ale.
That is what we want.
I'll bring ale.
take some bread if you have any.
We have bread.
Bread would be nice.
I'll take the soup as well.
Yes.
How much?
$5 silver.
How much for information?
Depends.
And I'll slide 5 gold and go, we'll talk when our food comes.
He takes the 5 gold and 5 silver, or just 5 gold?
Just 5 gold.
Okay. He like snatches it up and like swiftly sticks it in his pocket and then just turns without even a look and disappears for a little bit. As you sit there with a lot of individuals still openly looking at you. You know.
I want to, like, kind of keep track of, like, the movement of the room to see if, like, anyone's, like, getting up coming towards us, or, like, specifically, like, putting energy towards us, other than stairs, but, like they want to do an action towards us. Like, I'm aware of that, but I don't make eye contact with anybody in this
Roll an
building.
insight check.
Okay. I'm not great at insight. That's fine. Okay, 15 plus 1. 16.
I mean, you see a lot of I guess the best word you would, and it's something you're familiar with, is just posturing. That one of the better ways to survive Tir Ratha is to persuade everyone that you're not worth messing with. And so there's a lot of clear measuring you up and like sitting, even the body language is just like trying to portray this like, you know, somebody you don't want to mess with. Whether it's true or not.
Yeah.
Some of them are legit and some of them are just just posturing. But there's a lot of that. Like I said, probably about 8 or 9 people at any given time just staring you down.
It's not like we look like pushovers ourselves.
No, but I specifically start to adjust myself to say, like, I am not here for any trouble, but, like, I'm not going to back down if trouble starts. It's more like I just kind of do the whole, like, I'm just here for my food, but if you do fuck with me, get fucked.
Yeah, I was gonna say, would I notice that with my passive insight of 19? The posturing and the...
Yeah, you wouldn't be as familiar with it as she is, but you would notice there's a lot of like very cocky, like dangerous, quote unquote, body language of like I said, just measuring you up, very like confident in their they could take you kind of look, and you know, like.
You said you're not making eye contact?
Yeah, I'm not making eye contact with anyone directly, but I'm starting to do that. But I'm starting to do that like adjustment of my body too, to say like I'm just here for food, but I will wreck you if you do try to wreck me.
Yeah, I'm not from here, so if there's a dude staring at me, I'll just stare at him, and then I'll
There's
like,
several.
I'll just like focus in on one guy who's looking at me and just wait a few seconds and then just give him like a wink.
It's like you see this kind of slow grin, come across his face, and he just continues to stare at you, and you just see him do this little kind of sharp teeth, and just continues looking.
I'm gonna lean in the eyes.
His gaze follows yours for a second and kind of tilts to the side, and you see him reach down to his belt, and he kind of flips in his hand a dagger and then a whetstone and just starts sharpening.
The knife.
Just gonna like quietly look at y'all, just being like.
And I whip out my wand. I start rubbing it.
So good. I'm so glad you're with me on that.
One thing.
I just like quietly just do the like palm to face.
I look at Sir. Is this what it feels like to be like the smart one of the group and not be doing dumb things?
It's hard to say. I get what they're going for. I just don't think they know what they're doing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
This is an odd feeling. I don't know what to do at this point. I guess I'll just keep eating and keep my head down.
We haven't even got our food yet. Which, by the way, I'm
You
going
gotta
to
look
pull
like you're
out.
imposing a little bit.
Oh, well,
I mean,
some
it
spare
helps that you're
parchment.
like 8 feet tall.
I don't have to try. Just
And I'm going to put the name,
what?
contact's name,
Savanos.
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 And I'm going to write Savanos on the parchment. Because I've learned my lesson of speaking loudly, and names have a lot of importance. And so,
Names have power, yeah.
and so, I think the questions may be better coming from you.
Okay, hand me the parchment.
Yeah, and I'll hand her.
I'm gonna basically do the sleight of hand tuck. And then I'll start getting out the coin necessary to pay him for the food when he gets here, so I can do a little
already did.
exchange.
Well,
No,
then
you
I
paid
did
him
fine.
gold for
Oh,
information.
okay. And he didn't even bat an eye that I had to like reach deep in my crotch to get it. Okay.
This makes sense.
Because my money bag is in like the worst
Yeah.
place, dude. I know. Yours too.
Give me your hot coins. Your body temperature coins.
sweat. Those are not sweaty. Ugh.
So as you continue sitting there, and continue this weird body language exchange with people, like you also see a couple of others like whispering to each other and chuckling, which you guys wouldn't know, but you probably would from when you were learning this, sort of environment a little bit. That they're basically laughing at them like kids who don't know what they're doing. It's like derisive.
I don't disagree.
Shit, I don't disagree.
I would be offended, but I'm like, nah, it's justified.
But eventually the guy brings out, the 2 bowls of soup for the 2 of you who ordered it.
Yep.
And sets it down as well as the 6 mugs of ale. And plops it down in front of you.
I hand the money and I do a sleight of hand for the name.
And he takes it and, glances just very slickly, kind of glances at the paper and then folds it again, just kind of all with one hand, and says, I do not know. Is there anything else you're looking for?
We just need a face to go with it.
Or an introduction, if possible.
I'm not sure we have that in stock.
I cast read thoughts.
Okay. What's the save?
17. Wisdom.
Fail. So surface level is he doesn't know you guys, doesn't trust you guys, and he's just not going to. He does seem to know this name, but isn't going to give it away.
I look at you and just go,
I'm sure it's back there or around here. We were told that it was in stock.
Lots of people say many things. I'm sorry to disappoint.
That's okay. And I'll put out 5 more gold onto the table. There's a sort of white death that has been making its rounds around here. But we just wanted to know if it was in stock.
He pauses just for a second before he snatches up that 5 gold too and says, I will check again on our stores.
I appreciate that.
And he turns and leaves.
Is this all a like 1 level tavern, or are there like multiple levels?
There's definitely a door in the back leading somewhere. Don't know if there's stairs back there. There's not visible here.
Is there anybody that in our immediate vicinity, like in the tavern, that's maybe looks like they're actively trying not to look at us?
Roll an insight check.
30-20.
Okay. No, I would say you're either garnering attention or they don't care.
Okay.
As best as you can tell.
Okay.
Okay. So as you, the two of you eat the soup, which is a very unremarkable, very bland soup. It's like, but it's bland, but spicy. So it's like there's no flavor except heat.
Nice.
You get the impression you are not eating very high quality food at all.
Sarah's starting to sweat.
Red pepper flakes and water.
Yeah.
Right. It is not pleasant, and it adds to the heat of transitioning from the dry heat outside to a more humid heat of people packed into a humid atmosphere of the tavern.
Yeah.
Which it suddenly clicks why it's probably low lit in here. I was trying to not increase the heat too much.
Yeah.
Unless they just want it shadowy, which is also possible from this atmosphere.
Yeah.
But it's very hot. You also find a similar type of spice in the ale of all of you as you drink it, which tastes like a very poor ale, slightly watered down and burning. Like not just alcohol, but burning. Almost making you more thirsty.
Yeah, I was about to say those are the worst because it makes you like thirsty, but it doesn't help.
I'm breaking out some pastries and like here, this, and yeah, to kind of dumb down the pain a little bit.
Honestly, I don't mind it. It was the first alcohol I ever consumed.
I come from a land that has very bland food in general, so we don't do spices or
Yeah,
anything like
salt
that.
is too spicy for you.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm getting used to the flavors. This took me from like a 2 to a 12,
Yeah.
and I don't like it.
I mean, it's better spicier. There's also more flavorful versions of spice too.
And am I able to find pieces of this pepper in the soup?
Start picking them out.
Just curious.
I mean, if you look very closely, you can see little specks. I mean, little specks,
Seeds
like
and stuff.
table pepper size.
Okay.
Like little specks.
Okay. All right. Cool.
It's not like red pepper flakes.
Yeah.
It's like
Right. It's very small.
Yeah.
Okay.
Grains. Yeah.
Little bits. That's all I need to know.
Okay. Easy. So
Can you make this pineapple, please?
Fine. On the mystery to the ale.
so
Pineapple jalapeno.
I have all
So
of it.
it's interesting because as you drink it, it tastes like liquid pineapple, like not juice, like liquid pineapple.
Okay.
As you drink this thing down, but then as the pineapple taste fades, you're still left with heat.
Oh no.
Didn't help.
Made it worse.
Oh, pineapple jalapeno sounds great.
That sounds pretty flavorful. That sounds good.
So about this time, the bartender returns, and you see him very clearly look at the pastries that you guys are eating. And he's like,
I'd imagine those are gone by now. Like,
he came pretty quickly. He's
Okay.
like, is our soup not to your liking?
it has a unique flavor to it. Not quite used to it, but worth trying. Just needed to aid with the spice level a little bit. And I mean, I don't know how everybody else looking in here. Sarek it looks like he's going through a workout. Like
Yeah,
he's,
and you actually see a couple people who are watching this exchange, like on the next table over, openly like chuckle at you. Like,
oh yeah, that's fine.
just, you just hear like occasional words like foreigners and that sort of thing. They just-
I just look after them and I just go, they come from the land of salt.
Well, if you'd like, I can show you our accommodations to see if they're acceptable. If you would follow me.
Indeed, yeah.
So he leads you all back through that door and down a hallway, which down, past rows of doors that look like they are indoors. You're not sure. Roll a perception check.
I'm on high alert. That's not great, but my perception is plus 11. So that's going to be 17.
Okay. So he leads you down almost to the end, the second to the last door. Then, knocks, and then you hear a muffled voice on the other side, and so he opens it, and then just kind of stands on the side and waves you in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, you guys...
When he knocked, did it sound like a certain pattern?
No, just sound like he knocked.
How long did your read thoughts last?
Well, I think it's on specific targets, right?
I think it's a specific target.
To see if he's thinking like
At
this is a
that-
You're
trap.
asking
that-
how
at
long
that
can I read the
moment.
thoughts?
Yeah.
Oh, for 1 minute.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
we
very
might have
long.
passed.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So, as you enter in to a relatively dark room, you see inside. You see a like looks like it was probably about the size of like an inn room, but clearly not an inn. You can see there's another door on the other side, and you can see set up as like a modest desk with a kind of a large, comfortable-looking chair there, as well as a few individuals, mostly tieflings, who are armed and very clearly, guards of some sort, muscle of some sort. And sitting in the chair, you see this wide, kind of tall, very muscular blue tiefling wearing this kind of leather vest and no shirt, but with like some armbands, and I can actually show you. Sean.
Oh my goodness, we get to see it.
Hey.
What up, home slice? He seems kind,
Yeah.
friendly.
Just a warm face.
Yeah.
He has like one of those faces where you feel like you could just like talk about
Yeah,
like your
anything
feelings.
really, yeah.
Yeah.
Just spill your darkest secrets.
Mm-hmm. Very kind.
He's a safe
sweet.
place.
Yeah, it's a safe.
Safe space.
That's exactly what I was thinking. He
Yeah.
is a safe place.
Yeah. He's been applying to Blue Man Group every year. As we can see.
I think the
Fuck you
horns
guys,
give
I think I
away.
wet myself a little.
I won't lie, I freaking love him.
Yeah.
I think he's so cool looking.
So as he just kind of, as you guys kind of file in and kind of stand and look at him and everything, and he just kind of regards you for a second. One of the other individuals kind of steps forward just briefly and says, "Let it be known, any magic cast or any aggressive things done will be interpreted as aggression."
Understood.
Rather speak.
Yes.
I just give a brief look over to you.
And you see the guy steps backward, and the guy kind of sitting at the desk just continues to regard you for another silent moment, and he finally says, "Well, I thought the White Death might send someone this way before too long."
So, you are.
Salvanos.
Pleasure to meet you.
Who am I speaking to?
Well, we are the representatives here to discuss the interruption of resources to the rebellion.
And you are,
Part of it.
well,
Mazeus.
names.
Brevis.
Mazeus Brevis.
Sarek.
Sick.
Is it alright if I don't tell you my name?
I prefer to know who I'm dealing with.
It took you guys that long.
No, I was waiting.
I was waiting.
That was-
I knew
that's
from
all
the
I could-
beginning,
that was the-
but it was that specific.
Yeah.
It was that specific tone that
yeah. Like it was kind of vague up to that point. It's like that went hard into Brando, and I'm like, oh.
Keep it going.
Is there a horn player somewhere? I just again get like kind of real sheepish look. You can call me Bear.
Bear.
Noah.
Stoic.
Z.
Well, what is it that brings you to my place of business?
we were informed that you could get us up to the 7th.
Trying to see Hethra, yeah?
That is the one.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's, 7th's pretty high.
It is.
That's what we hear.
It is, difficult, difficult to get to. Not many can get there. It's expensive.
It requires a level of talent and know-how, which is why we are at your doorstep.
It's possible. It's possible I can help. But like I said, it's a rare, such talent or ability is rare. So it's expensive.
Understand?
So I wonder what it's worth to you.
Well, it's more than just worth to us, an entire country. It's worth for.
Expensive is also in the eye of the beholder.
What do you value most?
I suppose that changes with each conversation. It's day to day. Depends on what business is happening.
What's happening today?
A lot of things, a lot of places.
I see where you get your ambiguity from now.
It's a talent, really.
Yes. So what-
Stoic, roll a history check for me real quick.
Do I even have history?
It's an intelligence modifier.
We got 0. 17.
17. Check your notes about what Adris told you about Sylvanas. He told you something
Ooh.
Specifically Stella.
specific to this situation right now.
Okay.
In your book. When you
Regardless, just check your notes, however it is. Like,
Yeah, I gotta remember where we were at when I was writing that stuff
I
down.
want to say you wrote it down.
Sure did.
So it's a hint.
Is this a stoic history check or a Danny
Good luck.
history check?
It's a dating history check.
Danny history check.
I'm pretty sure he wrote it down, which is why I'm giving him the hint. But if somebody else remembers, you can.
I missed several sessions.
I just have to remember where I wrote it. That's the problem.
It was before you guys left, I want to say.
Yeah.
So you have to check before you got on the ship.
Before we got on the ship.
Boy blade stuff. That's
Yeah, as you guys left the camp.
yeah. Hurricane Sisters.
It was before we got on the ship.
It was before the ship. Yeah.
I don't think I wrote it down.
Yeah.
So, I can, of course, help you with this, but we just have to come to an arrangement.
Of course.
You can do that.
Information's good, but as foreigners, I don't think you have the kind of information I'm seeking.
Certainly not interior information, but greater world information. We've seen a lot recently.
By the way, the people who are giving fake names, go ahead and roll a deception check for me.
Oh no.
Is Noah considered fake?
Yeah, I would still call it.
See?
They're not typically what you go by. So
Yeah,
I don't
okay,
wanna count
fair
it,
enough.
you know.
Poop.
28.
Okay.
12.
4. That was a terrible roll.
Uh-huh.
Meant to say easy.
Just out of nowhere, you're like, by the way, I didn't give you my full name.
Did you say that?
First name E, last name Z. Easy. I do say that. I say that. I'm sorry.
Did you write it down?
No, that's why I was trying. That's why I reached out to him to like get a reminder about the things that we needed to know.
I think I do remember him maybe in one of your messages to him. But I don't remember what he said.
Yeah, I don't either.
It was specific to negotiation.
Yeah, I
Oh no.
didn't jot it down, so I'm.
Cool.
Well, probably should take notes.
Yep.
This is why I can't be the sole note taker!
So, I'm open to a lot of things, you know. Items of interest or gold is always good.
Can I just be like, hey, can we ask the book a quick question? I know we're not supposed to do magic in here, but like,
I was having the same thought actually.
could we talk amongst ourselves? Would you mind greatly if we kind of jot down some ideas?
Jot down ideas about what? We haven't even said anything.
Maybe like do some math.
We like to brainstorm. We are very big into like the brain trees where you just kind of jot down thoughts and ideas.
Yeah.
I'm not so good at cloak and dagger. Honestly, I can communicate through my book, and I would like to ask my betters what is a good negotiating price, because we are here on the behalf of others. But if that alarms you, then I won't do it, but I do want to be upfront with you about it.
Communicate with who?
Our benefactor in the rebellion. The White Death.
Interesting. He kind of like looks over to that individual who spoke before and says, how does it work?
I write in my book. They hear it in their mind, and when they message back, it appears on the page.
But it only works for him.
Indeed, yeah. Roll a persuasion check.
Can I help him because I made it very clear that he's the only one who can use it?
Yeah.
You can get advantage.
Right now it's a dirty 20.
Even better.
Oh, now it's a 26.
Okay. You know, the other guy nods and... Very well. But be quick, my time is...
Valuable. I understand and I appreciate this gesture.
Yeah, there's a delay.
And I pull out the book and I write to Adris. Negotiations with
Sylvanos.
Are not going superbly well. Any suggestions or recommendations would be appreciated.
So you get back after a moment, you're negotiating with him?
To meet with. Yes.
Why can't people just like, tell us what's going on? Why all these riddles? You negotiating with him?
They did. That's the problem. He did. He already told us what to do.
And we forgot. It happens.
And then I reached out to ask
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah.
I told you not to negotiate with him. I told you not to let him charge you. That he owes me.
There we go. Good ask.
Thank you. Also, does he know your true name?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
But next time, when I give you an important mission, you need to remember important details about that mission.
Slam his book.
Going through a tunnel.
Oh no! Oh no!
I'll read that later.
Like erase his like words as you do it.
Yeah, I mean, we can etch a sketch them out later.
Oh, that's so great.
Still feeling brilliant.
Easy.
Yeah.
Still got a vial of that blood.
Indeed. You need it now. Yeah.
If I could. And then, so, as thanks for trusting us and allowing me to reach out to Adris, I would like to give you this as a gift and not as payment. This is blood of a white dragon, just so we get off on the right foot. But you are very well aware that our benefactor has no intention of negotiating price for this favor because it is owed.
He just kind of like looks at you for a long, uncomfortable silence. He nods to someone, one of the other people, who steps forward and takes the vial from you. All right. So he wants to cash in a favor, huh?
He does.
Very well. So you need to see
Hethra.
Hethra. Well, you'll find her, as you know, on the 7th. Like I said, you'll have a bit of a time getting down there after the 4th. It's locked down. A lot harder to traverse the layers. You'll need what they call a blessing. It's a pretentious way of saying pass.
Mm-hmm.
And I suppose I can get you one of those to the 7th. But you'll need it, and you'll notice it's a little bit different from the 5th and up. It's more ordered and strict, so I don't recommend causing trouble, so they don't cast you out, which could cause more problems.
Do they have issues with foreigners at that level?
Not if they have business there. Yeah, people at all the levels, they have business with all sorts of people. But, you gotta understand, people at that level, the 7th, they're treated like the rulers there. They're treated like little kings, queens, of their own right. So she'll be well attended, well guarded, and their traditions, nothing major, probably like bringing gifts. They might have you wear particular clothing, rituals or something to enter their presence. You'll be, of course, you'll be expected to show deference as an outsider.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to you. What layer are you?
Nowhere.
I would probably. It's dangerous to lie, but if you can come up with a better story than that, it's better to be not from anywhere than from nowhere.
Well, I'm from Corondia. An unusual tiefling in that regard.
That's a little better. You gotta be careful, because outsiders, it's a strange thing in this city, it's, you're not of a lower level, but you also technically have no rank. So it just means your standing is, it's entirely dependent on who you're talking to. At least their perception of you. But, have you dealt with her before?
This will be the first. Is she of a family?
She's a ruler.
Which family?
Her own. She runs her own organization. It's allowed her to raise up to that level over time.
While they're talking, I'm gonna look around for how Asura described the tattoos, the chain tattoos, and see. Just try to look.
Okay, make a perception check.
Not 20. 29.
Dang. Okay.
Gee.
In this immediate room, you see he has, as you can see from the picture, like the armbands, like the wristbands. I don't think you would know this, but you would probably know that's illegal for a slave to cover up the tattoo if they are still a slave. So if they're not, if they have the key part of the tattoo, then they can cover it up. But it's like you're not supposed to be able to hide if you are. You do see one of the guards does seem to have that tattoo, but completed, like he's been freed. You see another in gloves, that are kind of higher and covering it up. And the other two are kind of in the shadows, so it's still hard to see for sure. And it's also that's like a really tiny thing, but with a natural 20 you're able to see at least that much. So. What other questions do you have?
These blessings, are they one way or return trips?
They're in both ways. As long as they're good.
In the 7th, is there any turmoil going on between families up there right now? Or anything that would cause her to turn her focus away from external trade routes?
Well, those are almost two different questions. As for turmoil, well, there's a lot of turmoil at every level right now, more than usual. There's a group calling themselves the Circle Breakers. They've been causing a lot of disruption in those who trade in flesh. Setting them free and that sort of thing. So that's causing a lot of commotion on most of the levels.
I would imagine so, yes.
Of course, you gotta understand, up at that higher level, it's commotion there is different than commotion down here. It's you gotta understand, the higher you go in this city, the further away from reality you get. In more ways than one. And so, what is life or death on a lower level is just a polite disagreement up there. But this is certainly getting the attention of most of the rulers. It's something they're all more and more increasingly unified against. It's very disruptive to their economy, their way of life. A lot of Tir Ratha is built on it. So yeah, there's turmoil. Exterior, maybe, from what seems to be the widespread belief, is your rebellions on the precipice of collapse. So, Hethra's pragmatic, probably, probably averse to doing business with something that is going to fall apart and might give her away and cause trouble for her later.
Understandable. I will say this, though, about that rumor. It's propaganda.
Maybe. Maybe this is. But really it doesn't matter. It's about perception. And if the city believes it, the opportunities lower.
That is true. And if the rest of the city, and certainly if the rest of the levels are under this impression, if they have any interest in what is going on over there, they would certainly back out, leaving her poised to be the sole breadwinner if things go well for her. Positions her uniquely above everyone else.
Perhaps. Maybe you can convince her.
That is our aim.
Gotta get there first.
Have you heard anything about the rumblings in her family that would indicate anything that she's having trouble with?
I am aware that she stopped. I don't know why, the details of that decision. But like I said, she's pragmatic. She's smart. She's very, very smart. Very smart lady, and yeah. So whatever reason she has, she thinks it's a good one to stop something that I imagine was probably making her a lot of gold.
Does her family only trade in arms, or?
From what I understand, it's a vast majority of it. But, like most traders specializing in something, if they have a relationship and that relationship wants something special, if she can make it happen, she will. But she mainly focuses on her specialty.
Do I get a sense that he's avoiding saying something else, or if he's just being genuine to you?
Roll an insight check.
Oh, I'm not good at insight. That's gonna be a 3!
He is very hard to read. Very practiced in how he talks, and he just seems...
Plus all that cotton, really. It's hard to understand.
This has been very helpful. Thank you. Do you have any tips where we could find Hethra?
Tips about where to find her or how to approach her?
Both, actually.
I mean, where is easy. I can tell you where she is. she's got a mansion, almost a palace of her own on the 7th I can direct you to.
That would be most helpful. Thank you.
She's, you gotta understand, she is, as far as I can tell, moralist, ruthless. You know, she's, you know, she's not afraid to, you know, wipe out anyone who might get in her way. But I've also known her to make alliances with longtime enemies for the right arrangement.
Does she fancy gold, or does she fancy other things?
I think once you get to a place, you'll have an answer to that question. That's not her primary currency.
Gotcha.
It's not, listen, it's not my place to, you know, tell you how to do your business. But, I suppose there are a couple of ways you could go about it, if you, depending on your state of mind or willingness. You can go try to talk to her. Like I said, she's, you know, she's probably convinced that the rebellion's a dead end for opportunity, so it might be difficult.
Mm-hmm.
But she, like most in the city, responds to power. So if you really wanted, you know, effective but risky route, you could always try to learn about her operation, try to disrupt it, show her you're not somebody to cross, you know, show her what happens if you go back on an agreement, that she's better off with you as an ally than an enemy. She's very strong, so it's risky. You have to be smart about it. But it wouldn't be as unusual as you might think. You know, she stopped her bargain,
Yeah.
so she might even be expecting retaliation.
Retaliation.
That's what most of her business partners would do.
I want an insight check to see if he's trying to get me to do his dirty work, or if he's trying to like get me to try to get us killed in a way.
Sure. Roll an insight check.
1.
Yeah, as far as you know, he's being straightforward. He's on the up and up. Surprisingly trustworthy guy in this setting.
Oh yeah, I don't know why y'all are so very helpful.
This approach I could not personally help. And the help you could get, you know, definitely want something in return.
If we made an alliance between the two of you rather than enemies, it seems like you already have a soft alliance, or at least an awareness.
Alliance? No, I know things.
Would having an alliance with her be advantageous for something you would need or want?
Hard to tell. Every ruler has pros and cons to alliances with them. Information's always good, but not when they have strings attached to them.
I understand.
But, there is there's something else that might be may or may not be useful to you. I don't know. She has a quirk, if you will. She has some sort of, maybe weakness is a strong word, but some sort of thing for charming young men. But not how you might think. You gotta understand, like I said, the further you get up, the more you get remote from reality, and they, at that level, they're more concerned with outdoing each other for, twisted, weird ideas of entertainment. So something as carnal as sex would just be like peasantry activity by itself. For her it's like seems to be some sort of entertainment, and there are establishments that provide individuals who are good at that sort of conversation and sort of charming company for the evening. So if you want to talk to her,
You're the most charming person here.
Change your face to look like anything.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Chip has her.
Let's
Enter the
say
building.
when we arrive on the 7th floor, if we just want to go make our introductions to let her know we're in town, is there a proper way of making introductions? I'm unfamiliar with your customs here. Can we just show up and knock? Should we announce ourselves through written announcement? Is there
well,
a right hand that we should speak with first?
I mean, the people who stop you before you even get to the door. You'll need, I'd say probably one of two things. If you don't already, if you don't already, she might see you by your association, but other than that, like I said, they respond to power. So if you're important enough to make time for, or if you somehow pique their curiosity, sometimes bored, always looking for exotic entertainment. As for the charming men approach, might be a tall order for someone who's, practiced shopper like she is. But if that's an approach you want to take, there are establishments or ways. If you want to use a nicer approach.
Like charming young men, do you mean more or more? Kind of gesture to the four guys.
I'm more rustic.
What are you trying to say, Bear?
Is she like again?
Which one of us is her taste?
Green skin, pale skin, normal skin, pointy ears?
She does seem to have a thing for elves.
Thanks for taking over the team, buddy.
That'd be twice.
You can try. You could also look at making some sort of arrangement with one of those establishments to hire someone as a sort of gift.
That's a better idea. I've seen you at work, my friend, and while you are handsome, words are not your forte.
Why need words when you can do this? Now, lean on the floor, have
Don't cast anything.
Mage hand?
Nothing.
You see all the guards kind of take a step forward, their hands on their weapons.
Oh.
They literally said don't cast anything in here.
It's a yeah.
So you just like fall to the ground.
I fall on the ground. Look around for a hot minute. I'll hold it for later. But I have a move. It's
We'll
worth.
be glad to see it later.
Indeed.
Yes. It's the charming thing that's the concern.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, if that's the approach you want to take, again, it might be difficult. I know there's one individual she's been trying to see for some time now and hasn't been able to get on the books yet. I could direct you to him. Maybe you could work something out with him.
Make them a deal they can't refuse.
That's a good phrase.
You can start saying it.
It's a little melodramatic for me, but
Yeah, you got the melodramatic type, are you?
if I can help it.
We might have our options.
Yeah, at least some discussions need to be had, it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
What's this young man's name and which venue?
Find where I put it here. Give me a second to find that note.
Fuck that. Let's go find her storehouse and burn that bitch to the ground.
Honestly, that's where I'm leaning to.
I don't want to get involved in slaves and
We don't have the muscle.
We
To
are the
support.
muscle.
We do not have the muscle to go up against a family.
That's a big undertaking. I don't even know how big the family is, but to take
Doesn't
out
matter.
we
It's
don't
not
need
in
to
sight.
take on the whole family. We just need to show that
Yeah.
we're more
We are
of a
taking on the
nuisance.
whole family if we mess with their stockpile.
You just said she's her own family.
Uh-huh.
We are messing with her entire family if we mess with her stockpile.
Mm.
And we do not have the means to back it up.
So,
So scary.
the establishment you'd be looking for is on the 8th. Part of why she's probably so interested. It's an establishment called the Glazed Lily of the Golden Dreams.
Will your pass get us there?
I could get you a different one.
What's his name?
Real name is hard to come by. He keeps a certain elusiveness, I guess that's part of his game. I wish I knew, because I hate what they call him.
What do they call him?
They call him the Prince of Charming.
Prince of Charming.
But he apparently stays booked months. Apparently he's very, very successful. So he's made his way up the circles, probably faster than anybody I know. So apparently got a platinum tongue or something. Very good. Helping him.
Something.
So if anybody could help you, if you can persuade him, again at the 8th, it's more about boredom, trying to make it interesting for him. Might be better than gold. So if you can go see and find out. It's up to you which way you want to go.
How high up have the circle breakers gone?
No one's really knows for sure. But most of the slaves have been released below the 5th. so far.
Okay. Do you happen to know any of them?
I know a few things about them.
What are your opinions?
It's hard to know. Apparently their leader's competent. They've grown, over the last few months. Most slave rebellions end in, getting squashed by the city sooner or later. This one's lasted a lot longer than most, which I guess says something, but it'll be interesting to see how long this could last.
Does their leader have a name?
I don't know it.
Do they go by something? An alias?
Not that I know of.
Do the other levels call them anything other than the Circle Breakers?
Nah, it's mainly addressed as an organization.
Understood.
They just call him our leader. Whoever he or she is.
What's the last level that they were reported on? Like the last activity?
Last that I know of, yesterday, on the 3rd. But it's happened at all 4 of the lower levels. So, what would you like to do? How can I help you? Which pass would you prefer?
Will the 8th? Will the 8th get us to the 7th and the 8th?
Yeah.
So do that one then.
I would say get us to the 8th, and if we never use it, then we never use all the way to 8. But it gives us the space.
Alright. One more thing, if you do go the route of crossing her, she's like I said, her operation is guarded. She's part of or at least has some sort of partnership with, but I think she's part of a cult of Mephistopheles, which is known for some magical abilities and power. Just so you know what you're up against, if that's the route you want to go. But somebody like that doesn't get all the way up to the 7th without understanding that warfare is deception. So you also have to be ready for surprises and you never know, you could try both routes and sort of a good cop, bad cop.
See which one actually succeeds.
Do I recognize the name Mephistopheles?
He is the archdevil, ruler of the 8th layer of the 9 hells.
Okay.
So just under Asmodeus. And known. I think the only thing you'd really know is that he is known for his obsession with magic.
So I've probably heard of him.
Yeah, you would have
Yeah.
heard the name, yeah.
Yeah. It's a cautionary tale.
Yeah, or at least at least as a distant study of just the layers of probably would have just been a brief cover of when you were looking at different realms or anything like that.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
We appreciate the information that you have bestowed us. I'm guessing it is better that we have never met.
It, not just better, but it had better be that way.
Understood. Should we need to make a hasty retreat? What is our fastest route out these days?
Depends on where you are.
I would rather not get down into the sewer system if I can help it.
That would not be advisable unless you have to. It's like its own layer of hell down there.
I heard the stories. And we lost a couple of the little ones along the way when I was young.
Yeah, a lot of people get lost down there. Yeah, it's not a place you want to go.
Also, do you have a recommendation for a good inn? Like, should we get one here in the lower levels, or wait till we get up before finding an inn?
The inns here are serviceable. You could find some nicer one on the 5th. More expensive, of course.
Sure.
But if you want to attract less attention, you might stay down on the 4th, but I wouldn't go any lower than the 4th.
If we do get caught on the other side of the wall and need to stay for the night on the 5th, which one feels very touristy? One that feels very something that a outsider would feel the most would be the least suspicious to go to.
Maybe the Sandy Boot.
Understood.
Also, do you know any vendors of enhanced weapon and armors?
You mean magic?
Yes.
Well, there's one here in the 4th, Mystic Sands. It's maybe not so good. He's got some stuff here occasionally. If you want the good stuff is probably up on the 7th, the Mephistophelium. It's very high end, you know. It's where the good stuff is.
Our price range too.
That doesn't happens to be sun elves working there. No.
or an outhouse nearby.
Don't really see sun elves very often in this part of the world.
Just wanted to double check, yeah.
Maybe
With all the sun, they would like it.
Indeed, yeah.
seems a little dirty for their tastes.
Indeed, yeah.
I definitely think there's some things that we could do shopping for around here while we wait for the documentations.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Well,
yeah.
we can provide you that pretty quickly here. Just a few minutes.
Oh, I would imagine it would take a little bit more time, but that is
This is a man.
quality of a craft.
He must know what he's doing.
Well, I still would like to, we did just arrive today. I wouldn't mind taking a rest and maybe acclimating
Oh yeah.
before we move up levels.
Understood. We have decisions to make and
Yeah.
Get a
strategy
feel.
to strategize.
We're really good at that.
Are we?
Yes. Follow through is a different story.
So,
Is there a time frame on our documentation?
Maybe 15 minutes.
No, I'm sorry. I meant for its total use
Is there an expiration date?
on our documents.
Well, it depends. If you, anybody at that level could cancel a blessing if they wanted to, so that's why I don't advise you causing trouble. And if you get canceled, if you get banned, probably not going to be able to get another one.
Understood.
But it should last until you don't have business there. Yeah.
Okay. I just didn't know if it was like a day pass sort of situation.
Park hopper.
Seasons pass.
3D Comic-Con pass,
Yeah,
Like,
they're
we
difficult
get-
to get a hold of, so if you do, probably good until you're not.
Understood. Thank you.
You say the Sandy Boot was on the 5th or the 4th?
Fifth.
Fifth.
Is there anything else that we should know about what's going on in Tir Ratha these days? It's been a minute since I've been around here.
Well, things change, things stay the same, the desert remains. So, if you knew any rulers, they may have changed. More often the lower you get.
The families were changing daily where I was.
Yeah, there's not really any real rulers in nowhere.
That's why we all ended up either locked in or locked out.
Yeah. No, I think I told you what's most interesting happening right now.
The information has been accepted with grace and thanks.
Happy I could have been of service for free.
It wasn't free. It was a debt repaid. And a gift.
Enjoy that gift, too. It is real.
And hard to come by.
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah. Well, if there's no other business,
I think that is the conclusion of ours, yes.
Yes.
very well. Don't get her on here.
Absolutely not.
No.
Who would you recommend on the 4th? To be far from you.
The Sandy Boot.
That's on the
It's
5th.
up on 5th.
I thought you said it was on the 5th.
I
The
thought
Sandy
it was-
Boot is on the 5th level in.
But
It's good for
Mystic-
I
tourists.
must have misunderstood what you were asking.
Oh,
Sandy
sorry.
Boot is
I
on
was
the
asking if I got caught on the 5th, what would be a good touristy place that would make us feel not.
Okay,
So
I thought
Sandy
you were
Boot's
asking for
4th.
the 5th.
Okay, so Sandy Boot is 4th.
Okay, so
Yes?
the Sandy Boot is on the 4th.
Okay, okay. I was asking if for whatever reason we get caught in the 5th and don't make it back down through the gate to get down to the 4th level for the night.
Yeah.
Is there a place on the 5th that like feels very touristy?
Yeah. Yes. The Ethereal Lotus.
Ethereal Lotus.
Find it near the Dream Exchange.
On the 5th near the Dream Exchange. Thank you.
Good luck.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Make our way out.
Yep. Out
As
the
you
door.
guys start to file out, as you're like exiting, you hear him say to you, like, stoic, easy. I feel like I've heard those names before.
Just
Roma's out of Carandia, you know. Stories. I just kind of continues to look at you, like pondering and clearly like wheels turning as you guys leave.
Uh-huh.
It's a common name. Yeah.
I know three.
My uncle Easy, my cousin Easy,
Easy.
my brother's neighbor's Easy.
Who just
That's
happens
right.
to be traveling with a Goliath and a
half
names.
word. Yeah.
That is always that is the most common combination of people you ever meet on the
obviously,
street.
Yeah. Totally. Oh,
It's
yeah.
so common that they have jokes about it.
What up?
Walk into a bar.
I like how all of you told the same joke at the same time. Different configurations.
And then it explodes.
So, as you guys walk back through the dim tavern, back into the blasting heat of the sun and the river of humanity, or humanoidity,
Humanoidity.
humanoidness, we're going to take a break.
I'm really humanoid by this. Look at me, I did a pun.
That was pretty good one too.
That was good. That was good. Humanoid.
All right, come back. So, as the party steps out back into the hot streets of Tir Ratha, what would you like to do?
Let's go to that magic shop.
I would like to go to the magic shop as well.
Indeed.
Did he give us? Did we have our blessings yet? Did we come back for them?
I'm pretty sure.
Could take
If you
time.
want to wait, you can.
Okay, so
You
we
could
don't
say you
have
waited.
Yeah.
He said it's only gonna be like.
Yeah, it was like 10, 15
Might
minutes.
as well.
So you
Just waited.
for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if you wait. So what he actually brings out is 6 necklaces with these sort of crystal, like semi-flat crystal gems of this kind of faint pinkish color. And he has each of you take one and tells you to put your thumb on the crystal and say your name. You can say whatever name you like. So, real quick, what names do you guys give?
I'm Messias Brevis.
Okay.
I'm sticking with Stoic.
Sarek, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, bear.
Noah.
And easy. I cannot deceive.
Let's say we go by like our other. What's the word? Synonym. Can't think of- Anyway, Noah, Z, bear.
Air.
Wind.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
That's why when you said heart, I was like,
By your
Oh,
powers
wait.
combined.
I mean, you have nicknames you were given.
That's true. We were given nicknames, and they are legitimate names.
I have
What about
not.
my nickname?
You have not.
I haven't been given a nickname.
What is my nickname?
Wasn't mine like late for breakfast or something?
Breakfast skipper.
Yeah,
Breakfast
breakfast,
skipper.
yeah.
Secret Dragon. I forgot about that. Such a baller name.
I forget what mine was.
Angel in disguise.
Aww, I forgot that I was called Angel in Disguise.
Moonshard.
Uh-huh.
Magic lawyer. Breakfast skip.
It's the less exciting version of like Magic Mike.
Magic,
You know,
like
just-
magic lawyer.
I was going with Ace, like
Oh.
or like Harvey Birdman.
Hey, just put your
Basically.
Aarakocra disguise back on.
That's right. I could polymorph into Eric Okra and be like, erroneous on all counts.
Nerded out there for like
Okay.
a minute.
Yep.
So as you do that, and you put your thumb and say your name, you actually see this sort of pinkish mist emit off of the gem and coalesce into that name that you spoke in writing above it, and then dissipate.
Okay.
Interesting, yeah.
No one else will be able to use it.
Thank you.
That's good. Thank you. Yes.
I'm immediately tucking my necklace into my outfit so it is not
thing.
dangling anywhere publicly
Uh-huh.
that anyone can see it.
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna switch out my holy symbol. Like, keep it on my body, but like maybe like take the necklace off. Like do this. Like, just keep it safe. Bye.
Okay. All right. So all of that exchanged, you have the information you need and all that stuff. You're wanting to head to Mystic Sands.
Mystic Sand.
Indeed.
All right. So you guys make your way a little ways, kind of around the circle to the western side. Well, not all the way to the west, but about halfway in between. You've kind of been coming down the northern side, so it kind of goes around to the west a little bit. And eventually you find a, serviceable shop, not anything special, nothing fancy looking. With that, you can see, like, it looks like a bag pouring out with, like, sand, and you can see what looks like at one point might have been like some sort of gold paint of some sort that's like flecked off and very chipped and worn, trying to imitate some sort of shimmer to the sand, but has been worn off over time. And so you enter in, and you are greeted by kind of an unexpected individual of looks like a kind of tall, thin, kind of emaciated, like an Aarakocra, but more like crow-like. And it looks like his feathers are not well taken care of, and like a lot of it kind of missing, and
He's molting.
almost, but it's like a sickly look, like a, he's kind of got this kind of shrewd eye as he kind of eyes you guys over, and he's just like, welcome to the Mystic Sands. Come in. What do you seek?
Personally, in search of enchanted armor.
Well, that goes fast. I'm not certain I have armor. I do have a nice pair of boots. That can be very useful to certain people who do not wish to be tracked.
Well, we are pretty good at that ourselves.
But can you lie with your steps?
That could be helpful, actually.
It could. Very helpful indeed if they think they want to track you but see something else instead. That is what these boots are capable of. Boots of false tracks.
It's a false track.
Do you have any wands or staffs with magical properties?
Not at the moment. No. Many things popular come and go very quickly. But I have other items of equal, if not greater, interest, I promise.
Do you have any shiny trinkets? A little more pricey?
Several, yes. And he brings out what looks like an amulet that's kind of got this kind of metallic, kind of intricate design that seems to be at the top, that seems to be holding a dark gem of some sort, almost black but translucent. And said, this is known as a dark shard amulet. If any of you, as is some might do, make deals with beings of a higher power, you might be able to use this. This is requiring attunement by a warlock, so this is mainly for you, if you want it. With this, well, of course you can cast spells as the focus, but it also allows you a little bit of flexibility with certain low magic. And as he explains it, essentially what this does is it lets you try to cast a cantrip you don't know. So essentially, the cantrip has to be on the warlock spell list, but you can make a DC 10 intelligence check, arcana check. And if it succeeds, you can cast the spell. And if it fails, so does the spell. The action used to cast the spell is wasted if you're trying to do it in combat or something like that. And then it's basically once per long rest. So it's like a small benefit. It's like a focus with a small benefit of being able to cast a cantrip you normally couldn't. But this is a bargain for someone. I can see in your eye that you might be in this situation. So a mere 75 gold would be nothing for such a benefit. Such flexibility in your tool chest.
That's cheap.
That is cheap. That is
I don't need it, but that's
pretty good.
Back pocket item.
What are you thinking on those boots?
It's definitely a possibility. I kind of want to see what else he's got, but I would definitely.
The boots are also a wonderful bargain, also at 75 gold.
That's a great deal. That is a great deal. Do you have any magical cloaks?
No. I do have some other trinkets of possible interest.
Any pendants or reliquaries?
He brings out.
Listen, I love when them big words come out.
That's right.
Big words equals big spells.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Diamonds. You got diamonds?
I can see on your person a variety of weapons that you are not unfamiliar with violence and the unfortunate necessity occasionally. This item could offer a small boost in a time of need. And he holds up another amulet that is kind of oval, and you can see kind of behind the glass what looks like a bunch of iron, like almost like clockwork inside. Essentially what this does is once per day, you can, when you are making an attack roll, you can forego the roll and act like it's a 10 on the die. So it'd be like you rolled a 10, and then you could add your modifiers too, but you just take it as a 10 like automatically.
Interesting.
Once
It's
per
a clockwork,
day.
clockwork amulet is what it's called.
that's pretty
And that's 100
shit.
gold.
That could be clutch in the right situation.
If you figure out the right AC and you have the right bonuses, it could be an auto hit.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You may be correct. We've seen our fair share of action. Would you have any weapons back there?
I do have one. Perhaps the prize of my current collection.
That's absolutely the same thing.
What?
Trident.
I'm gonna try to come comes full circle.
Salivating.
I'm so sorry. I was trying to whisper it so I wasn't interrupting.
No, I heard it. Sorry, that's me.
Nope.
That makes perfect sense. It's fine.
And he brings out
So
a
full
mace.
lesson on the ground.
A mace that is very nice with a brown, well-made leather handle and just kind of a silver, kind of segmented bar that leads up to a very nice, sharp,
Okay.
polished mace head. It's a +1 mace, and that's 1,010 gold.
And is that DM? Is that an attunement weapon? Attunement item?
That's a good question.
We're gonna start burning our money pretty fast if y'all start buying all this stuff.
Maybe we'll see.
No.
Oh.
That's nice.
Any kind of like? Are you willing to trade?
I am willing to consider. I'm open to all sorts of opportunities.
Do you like potions?
Perhaps.
I bring out the oil of potion of diminution. Diminution? Diminution.
Diminution.
Yep, that one. Makes people smaller or larger for 1d4 hours. What would you say to a potion of smaller or larger?
In the layman's terms.
The eat me, drink me potion.
Yeah, exactly.
Roll a persuasion check.
Persuasion. 12.
So he kind of takes it over and examines it, and kind of these long, kind of black fingers. I could possibly take 200 off the price for this.
200 off the price?
What was the price? Total price for one?
1,010. Does anybody care if I sell the oil of slipperiness? Does anyone have any use for that?
What kind of Saturday nights are you planning, dude? You got a potion of big and small.
And slipperiness.
Listen, we had this joke a while ago.
Yeah, he needed to resurface just because he's bringing it back up, and I'm just like,
No? No oil of slipperiness for you guys?
no, I'm good, man.
Alright.
I'll just use spit like the rest of
I
them.
could have used that when I was chafing back in the sun. But
I'm not using a magic potion because you're shaping this shit. I bring out the. That is okay. And how about this? And I bring out the oil of slipperiness.
This is a bit more valuable, yes. Very useful for individuals who do not wish to be restricted. Yes. Roll another persuasion check.
Come on. Too good. You did worse. Extra one.
Oh no.
I've done 7 and 1. 7 and 1. 7 and 1.
Jeez.
I could. This is. It is very useful, but also not an unusual potion. Maybe 250.
250.
How about this? And I'll pull out a potion and hand it to you. It's a potion of gaseous form.
Okay. Get rid of all your potions.
Yeah, I'm like, why is everyone giving up all their potions?
Plus one ace.
That's a good.
Yet, the nice thing about potions is you can have them available when suddenly the inspiration strikes.
I'm keeping my advantages. They'll come in handy.
So roll another persuasion check with advantage.
Oh.
She's helping you.
Excuse me. I'm so sorry.
There we go. 24.
Okay. This one's also very useful. I could probably give you 250.
Okay. So 500, 700.
Mm-hmm.
Just a plus one mix.
It's a
plus ones are hard. That's why I was like, I've been looking for a plus one armor or plus one shield for like.
1,010.
about 400.
So with these 3 potions, 310 remaining.
And you're good with me selling it? Your potion?
It's up to you.
I would. Yes, that would be great. Hand over the potions and 310
Well,
gold.
if anyone else wants to buy anything else, we could consider a package deal. Let's not be too hasty.
I did mention the pendant and the reliquary.
I do have a couple of other items, if you'd like.
Let's hear our thoughts before we start buying.
Well, one of a small item, useful, if you wish to present yourself to people of, a certain station, to rid yourself of the dirt that might cover you from the desert. A cleansing stone. He just kind of holds up a small, another kind of gem that's like this kind of mid translucent gray. Will help you remove any dirt that you might be wearing or carrying on you as you present yourself to people who would appreciate a good appearance, to make a good impression. You'll see most of the higher circles have this, so it is come down to me is very hard to get a hold of at this level. But, so considering the difficulty, again, another bargain at 65 gold.
You said you had one other item?
Two.
Two more.
I do have some potions of climbing.
82.
Should you wish to scale anything you wish to scale, maybe. Very useful to very many people, but another nicer item, perhaps my second best under the mace. And he pulls out a little box, kind of a nice wood box. You know, inside he pulls out this sort of kind of bluish glass sphere. He says, as long as you are within about 60 feet of this, you can speak a word and it will emanate light or cast the daylight spell if one is familiar. And the daylight can only be cast once per day, but the light is a light spell is forever available. But you can also make it, and you see him speak a word and he lets it go and it just floats in the air. And about 5 feet off the ground. And it can stay here, freeing up your hands, unlike a torch or some crude way of lighting your way, and it can even follow you, if you wish, until it has been within at least 60 feet of you. Can be very useful for hands-free movement in the dark, whether nighttime or other dark places. As such a useful tool, this one is 750 gold.
As we think, I just cast dancing lights and I start juggling them. And then I make them float. And then I make them juggle again. And then I make them go away.
Oh, good. He already understands how useful such a thing can be for someone who cannot do it at will, like this.
Proper salesperson.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I think I will take that crystal.
All right. All right. So that. Excellent. What else would you like?
Do you want anything?
No, I didn't have running. Sorry, I'll leave. My kid is vomiting everywhere.
Oh,
Multiple times.
No.
Man.
that's no fun. He needs to stop drinking so much.
Go straight through.
What is it called?
Or maybe he needs to drink more so that he gets a tolerance. Yeah. So just throw some whiskey in the middle.
Parenting wisdom.
It's a balance.
Yeah, it's D&D and parenting inside. Yeah.
What is that gem called?
Dark Shard Amulet. You'll be able to look it up on D&D Beyond.
And they didn't. He didn't have like diamonds or anything like loose gems. Uncut gems. I'm sorry. I know that joke is long dead. That joke is long dead, but in my head I was like, oh no, uncut gems.
Uncut jams. He does not have any uncut jams.
Uncut Jones. Uncut Jones.
I'm so sorry for bringing that joke back.
No, don't be. I forgot all about it.
It was inside my head, and I was like, oh no.
I thought you were talking about Jem and the rest of her bands.
Jen.
Oh, Jim and the Holograms?
That too.
Like he's got very low level magic component stuff, like that's normal ingredient stuff, but not like gems are harder to come by.
Not a diamond.
Yeah, 300 gold.
Definitely not a diamond of that nature. Maybe something 50 gold or lower might be acquirable from him, but yeah, not that. So
I ain't even talking down, dude. It's all you. I just bought my thing outright.
Oh, okay. I mean, I've already made mine.
75.
mark off 75 gold, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, I'll start haggling if everyone has what they want. Did anybody want anything else?
I just paid for it because it's a fair price.
Listen, let me haggle.
You can haggle.
He's already done persuasion
We
checks
already got
for his
places to
deal, so
be.
if you want to add something or change it, you know.
Well, I was gonna haggle for him if anybody else wanted anything. But
75.
if he's already putting in 75,
Yeah, it's already done.
Are you on?
The deal is struck.
does anybody else want anything?
I'm good.
No.
Yeah, just a gem.
Was the clockwork needing to be attuned?
That clockwork is pretty badass.
So I'm flush on attunement.
This fills me up.
I have one spot that I'm kind of rotating out things.
Nope.
No attunement needed.
And how much was it again?
It was 100.
100 gold.
Well, you're making a lot of great deals today with us. Perhaps we can knock down the price of that last payment. The clockwork one.
I'll roll a persuasion check.
That is going to be plus my new persuasion. Because I have a plus 12 to
that's
persuasion.
why you want to haggle.
Yes! So that's going to be a 26.
Okay.
I wanted to use my new skill.
Well, considering the amount of business, I could go down to 80 on it.
80
The
sounds,
amulet.
80 sounds good.
So, with the two together, 390. Or unless you're doing separately.
Oh.
Yeah.
What? Which one?
Oh, am I not buying everyone's stuff?
No,
we
that's
all
gonna buy my own.
have our own money.
Yeah.
No, I'm the purse.
You were the
But
person
we-
for the
Yeah.
The party.
for the party money.
Okay,
We,
okay.
we have
We
our
keep-
individual.
yeah.
Okay, then never mind. Then I'm just paying for myself.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah.
80 off of yours, and then 310 off of yours.
And the potions.
Now, if it had been
That's-
something
that's with the
that's
yeah,
like
take the
party
potions out
benefit,
too,
it's
yeah.
expensive, then sure, but like
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. It has been a pleasure doing business with you.
You as well.
Please come again.
Thank you.
Maybe a little bit of time for me to have new things, but I get them here and there, so please stop by anytime.
We will. Thank you for your hospitality.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You know what I mean?
It's hard to
You
yeah,
guys
I can see that.
All right.
And so you guys leave the kind of, which I didn't really describe, but it's not much. It's a very small shop with like some jars and boxes of like the ingredients, but it's like darker and bare, and there's not much there.
I do want to coordinate us to get a room for the night at the Sandy Boot.
Okay.
But I specifically would like to find an artisan who does leather working.
Okay. Okay. For what kind of work?
My tail pouch. For the scorpion poison.
Okay.
Because I remember I'd asked you if there was like something I could do with that, and you said yeah, I could find someone who does leather work.
That's a level 2.
Yeah. Roll an investigation check for me.
I'm trying to see.
That is going to be a go back. Go back. Investigation. Yes. That is going to be a 17.
Okay. So you take some time and you talk to a few different. You go to the artisan quarter, which is southwest part of this circle, the 4th level. So it takes a while to work your way around, but eventually you get there. And talk to a few different Leatherwoods. This is a little bit unusual or custom project, but eventually you find one who is willing to do it for 15 gold.
And I specifically want it to be done in such a way that kind of looks like some sort of like art, like a little art piece, like so it doesn't look like this is a functional tool. So like if they do like embossing or anything like that on leather, to kind of make it look some sort of like little fancy thing. So like, I'm trying to make it look slightly innocuous, like you wouldn't immediately assume something bad is in that thing, because it kind of looks like a weird little art piece that's like on the end of the tail.
Okay.
So that increases the price.
Yeah, and so to do something like that would probably be more like 20. That'd probably take about 3 days.
Okay.
He offers to do it. He might be able to do it in 2 for 25.
Can you do it in 1 for 30?
No, because it's a little unusual. So he doesn't want to promise anything he can't deliver. But so yeah, probably 2 days.
Does today start as day 1?
Yeah, so like midday or early evening, 2 days from now.
What are you doing again?
I'm getting a small pouch for my tail because it's going to be where I'm going to put the scorpion poison, so that it basically hooks into my little dagger tail, so I can basically poison someone when
It's
I
like a
stab.
little injector.
Mhm.
Okay, cool.
So I needed like a vessel to be able to like hold that, so that it was basically like as the dagger came out, there was already something attached, so I'm not having to like dip it and like do it as like a completely separate.
You're making a
series of that.
scorpion tail.
I'm making a scorpion tail.
Very nice. Very cool.
But I want it to look dainty and pretty, so it looks less like, oh, there's some weird violent thing sitting on the end of this person's tail. Plus, decorating your tail is not uncommon for a tiefling, so it's like, to keep in that kind of ilk of like, oh, that's just like what a tiefling does.
Yeah.
They decorate themselves.
Okay. All right. So you do that. By the time you do your shopping and make your way finally to the Sandy Boots, you're probably looking at early evening. Let's say like 4 o'clock, 4:30, something like that.
Okay.
If you're wanting to make arrangements there, you're probably looking at, let's see, for all 6 of you, probably 2 gold ought to cover it
Okay.
for a night.
We plan on staying longer than that? Or?
I would imagine I can get 2 nights.
Okay.
Give us plenty of time to like
Get
prepare and.
Get your weapon and everything.
Because
be
we're
like-
also here really early compared to where we time-wise
Well,
when we would have arrived to
The
Tir
earlier
Ratha.
the better. Like,
Absolutely, but I also want us to be
That'll be 2 rooms. So
Yeah.
you can,
so 4 gold for 2 nights.
yeah.
Okay.
So you have your room at the Sandy Boots. You finish shopping. What would you like to do?
I actually want to talk to Stoic at some point.
What?
Yes, you, sir. I guess we'll get like a drink. Does the inn have a bar? Okay, yeah, we'll go down to the bar, get like a nice ale.
Not so spicy this time, please.
Yeah, no, I agree. That'd be nice. I was wondering if I could talk to you. I know you've kind of been, you've had a few things like with your beliefs, kind of going all over the place. So it's a sensitive subject. We don't have to talk about it, but
Oh, it's good, Bear. I don't think we talk enough, buddy.
agreed. Yeah. Seeing the slums today really kind of got to me.
How so?
Like, what are we even doing here? Like, I know that I'm really good at hitting things. I mean, let's say, like, we do this mission. It's a success. Okay, great. We like the veil closes, everything stays the same, but people in the slums are still being taken advantage of. In Karandia, people in the slums are still being taken advantage of. I don't know. Like, as a cleric, what did you do about that?
To be honest, Bear, I think that's the reason I stopped being a cleric. Because there's too much in the world that... How many of those people in the slums do you think have true belief?
In, like, a god?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I'm sure some of them do.
I'm sure quite a few of them do.
Yeah.
And I'm also sure that that faith doesn't help them. Maybe it helps them ignore their problems. But I would like to get as much power as I can to help those in need on my own.
Do you think we're doing good? That's what we do. Count and matter.
I do, but it is a gray area. Because who says me killing a man is good, or that man killing someone is bad? I mean, it's hard, but I can only fill myself with principles and try to stick to those. And when I do think that when things feel unfair, you need to act and do the best you can to right them.
But there's logic to what Asura was saying. Like, you know, we don't have time. I don't have enough money to buy everyone in the slums bread. Like
I can't help everyone.
Right.
But what we can do, we're just visitors in this town. Right now our focus is helping the same poor souls in the rebellion.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we did great deeds in Karandia.
We did. We saved a lot of lives.
We can do great deeds here, but we don't have time. We can come back.
I mean, I don't know.
But for right now, we've already made promises.
I know. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not questioning that. I'm not like, I don't know. It's just I'm just curious what you did. How did, like, because no offense, like your story is kind of all over the place. Like you never really had like a
full training.
Yeah.
I know what I was taught to believe.
Yeah.
I never really got to think what I believed for myself.
And did you turn away, like because you hated what you believed, or like why did you turn away?
I think I realized that I was following someone else's faith and not my own, and I need to figure out what my belief is, and I'm still searching for that, Bear. Like I feel you are starting to yourself.
Yeah. I mean, I would have told you that I believe what I believe. I think I still do. Like, it's not that that's the thing. Like, I've literally, like, I haven't seen them, but I've had visions. Like,
I don't necessarily mean about the gods themselves. I more mean... When we first met, you would have killed me.
Yes. I would have tried anyway.
You've changed your opinion on a lot of things.
This is true.
So, I think we're both just trying to find our way.
The world's complicated. Sometimes I prefer if I didn't know of the complications.
To be honest, sometimes I'm jealous of Easy.
Yeah? What way?
It seems like none of this stuff bothers him at all. He doesn't even like slow down to think about it or...
That's true.
I mean, sometimes I'm envious of that.
That's interesting. Yeah. I mean, that's what got me through my grief. Just Silver Flames found me and just... They gave me something to hit. And it felt really good to hit things.
Well, not to change the subject, but while
Yeah.
we're alone,
Yeah.
I'm a little concerned about Asura.
Like, more concerned or something different?
I'm always a little concerned, but do you realize what we're debating on doing as a team?
With the Hethra?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're basically going to go rent or purchase a slave
Yep.
to gift
Yep.
to a highborn.
Mm-hmm. She's the one that kind of wants that plan, though. We're the ones that are saying we want to do something about it, but she's the one that's saying don't do that.
She wants a lot of things that are bad for her bear.
Hmm. Listen, I agree. I don't want to do that plan either. I'd rather cause the disruption if we could.
I would too, but I don't want to be closed off to the choice because I do think it's smarter and safer for all
Yeah.
of us. But I don't know how safe it's going to be for her mental health.
Yeah.
So, you have a special relationship with her, and
I have a special relationship with her. You think
Yeah.
I have a way of talking to her?
yes. You have that like brother and sister thing going on. It's kind of creepy.
Yeah, but she does not listen to me, man.
But it doesn't mean she doesn't hear you.
You think she hears me?
I do. I just don't think she always listens.
I feel like she listens to you.
Yeah, but she usually hates that she does and then does the opposite out of spite, which just causes more issues.
Listen, I will definitely try. I have a hard time talking to Azura.
She could use some backup of making sure she understands the mental toll
okay.
that this might have on her.
Okay, if we talk to her together, we can maybe try
Yeah,
something.
just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, and I do. I mean, we can obviously tell this to her, but let's hear her out. Obviously, if she has a problem with the disruption plan, sure, this is her city. Like, here's what she has to say, but yeah, she needs to hear what we have to say too. Like, we need to have a team plan, team decision.
Well, we better get back before they start wondering where we took off to.
That's fair. Well, yeah, I guess just thanks for talking with me.
Yeah, if you get this religion thing figured out, you let me know.
Yeah, the hardest thing was belief. I don't really have that problem anymore. I know it's out there. Now it's like, do I like what's out there? Anyway, another day, another drink. We can figure it out later.
Yep. And we head back to our room.
Okay. All right, so you guys gather up.
Yep.
About 5 o'clock or so right now. So, what's your activity?
I've been thinking about some things based on the information that was given. And I have theories, potential courses of action. But of course, we are a team better when played together than when played separately. We have a couple aces in our hand right now, and a lot of wild cards when we don't know how they will play out. First and foremost, obviously, I am opposed to cutting off her pathway to her goods, because we need those goods, and we do not have the power within us to withstand any potential failing on an attack. I think we are strong enough to make an attack. I don't know if we are strong enough to hold our position, especially because the goal is to re-establish this connection. And I don't think going that route will ultimately be in our favor, because we will be destroying some of the very content we need. And just from a sheer practical itemization package, we need a full deck of Case of Swords. So I don't think that is the correct option. I do not like the idea of getting a human person involved in any sort of weird trading. We know how I feel about that. However, we know it is an inn that it can manipulate to our favor, which is why I am not taking it off the table, because it is a soft power play that does not hurt what we need access to right now, which is the material goods. The power that we are most advantageous to, that is our true wild card, because we don't know what the organization thinks, is the circle breakers. Because we can side with them to disrupt her competitors.
But we need to find out who those are.
Exactly, which is going to need to be me to get in with the Buthicha, because they have ears to the ground. They know everything. The little ones know.
Because that was more where I was leaning, is I think a show of power is our better bet. But we don't necessarily, if I had my way, we'd bring her somebody's head on a pike that deserved it.
Sure, but we don't know who deserves it.
We don't know who her enemies are. We don't know.
And the last thing I want to do is be in debt to a family around here. I need a family to be in debt to us. But what I am saying is, we develop a relationship with the circle breakers. We have the ability to point them in a direction, because we will have information in the upper spaces that they do not have.
But what if the circle breakers are her enemy?
From what we have been told, her primary focus is on weapons dealing, not
Correct.
flesh dealings.
Yes, but she's also highborn,
Correct.
and it seems like the circle breakers are an anti-establishment movement.
Correct. But what I am saying is, her primary income right now is not what they are working towards. What I am saying is, they disrupt the other families that are her direct competition,
Yeah,
and
but
potentially sway her into growing her position.
it's just your statement is counter to itself. Because if they don't have anything against her business, they're not going to have anything against her competitors. Because her competitors are in her business, not flesh.
No, I'm talking about the families in the circle. Her competitor is every person in the circle.
Yes.
Every family that has power in that circle. It does not matter what they are trading. It matters the fact that they have enough money to hold their position. And most of the families want to grow and to be bigger. And if one of the other families suddenly gets very weak very fast, a lot of their people run to a stronger person. And she gains more people, more arms, and more influence. Potentially she also moves up, if she can get enough clout, if someone in the 8th starts getting fucked with.
So then I guess my question is, do we go to her directly to find out what we feel she wants, or are we going to take a shot in the dark and hope it's enough?
What I am saying is, we develop a relationship with the circle breakers.
How long
No,
is that gonna take?
Not disagreeing.
I don't know.
I'm just saying, you're guessing you know who she wants to take out.
No, what I'm saying is, I am telling her we have a means to disrupt a lot of power in this city. And she can either be open to negotiation to keep the flow going so that we will not bother any of the power up here, or we start ripples that open a vacuum, which could either be to her advantage or to her great disadvantage. But either way, we are building instability, and they do not like it being unstable up there. What I am saying is, we will not hurt her, we will hurt the entire system.
Yeah, no, I'm following you. I'm just, you want to do all this before talking to her.
I think it is better that we at least have an understanding of the players at play, because then we can at least stop talking out of our asses quite so hard.
I can agree with that.
Because if nothing else, if she is actually quite comfortable with disrupting power amongst her competitors, she has arms, and she can arm the circle breakers. If it puts her in a better position of power.
It's your turf.
It's not my turf.
It's far yours than ours.
My turf you walked through first. My turf is the one that smelled bad. The one that you needed mint for.
Didn't help much.
It's not supposed to. It's to remind us of where we sit.
Did what Salvanos, did that make sense about the cause disruption? Like, is that the normal way of negotiating here?
That's what families do all the time. They constantly play power games with each other.
So if we, hypothetically, burn down a factory, would she take, obviously she would not like that. I'm not saying that she would, but would it be as insulting Kotak, for example?
Well, if we do anything to disrupt her, we are now public enemies if we cannot hold our position. That is what I'm saying. Like, we could easily, yes, absolutely, we could easily go around and burn that shit to the ground.
Right, right.
But we need enough power to hold that position
But what do we
after
Why do we
doing
need
it.
to hold it?
Yeah, what do we need to hold?
Because then she can just take our people and just kill us.
So you mean stay alive, not hold a position?
We have to hold a position to manage negotiation after we do harm. Because she could say, fuck you, I'm not going to do any negotiations. I'm going to kill you now, and then murder us. And then we have no way to continue any negotiation to get the arms.
You just fly into her palace on the back of Easy.
And
mean,
do what?
Isn't so much of what
Make
they...
this whole city against us?
But it seems like there's a lot of posturing that goes on in this city. Don't we can just perception drives reality. We look like we have the power.
Yeah.
We do one thing, say we can do this again if we want to, and we just own it the best that we
100%
can.
perception holds the power here. But if she is as cunning and savvy as he describes her to be, she's not going to be as easily fooled as some of these lower level people. She's going to see through some people's posturings because some of you aren't good at lying.
No, I'm not
It says
either.
as it was.
I believe every word of that.
What I am
I'm a
saying
truth
is,
visit.
in order for the perception to be reality, there has to be a bit of reality.
I guess the way I understood the plan was we would cause a disruption, and we would say that's what happens when you cut off negotiations with Adris. Doesn't matter what happens to us, we're just sending a message. And Sylvanos seemed to think that sending a message is pretty important and will get us into talking with her.
Correct, but if she thinks that we can't actually hold up our threat,
It's not about us, it's about can Adris keep doing it.
Adris will not. Adris is not going to send then an army here to back up our claim.
Look,
He needs his people where they are.
I understand that you feel scared, and we probably should too.
I
Because
don't
we
feel scared.
Then why are you... Then let's go align ourselves with a group of people so that you feel better protected, since you're not scared.
What I am saying is we are 6 people against a family of who knows how many. I'm saying logically, we cannot back up any claim we make against the family.
I don't disagree with you with that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying we're taking on the whole family. I'm saying we're sending a message. That's all we're
That
doing.
we
She's saying
cannot
the
back
moment-
up
The
if
moment we
anything
do,
goes.
that's engaging the whole family.
Yeah.
She's saying anything that
Right.
we do of aggression is going to be
Right,
starting
right.
a war with the whole family.
Correct, and we are representatives of an entire organization who is not going to send more people here if we burn this bridge, as it were.
Well, I mean, could we burn it down and then get out of the city and then
And then do what? The whole point is to open negotiations to get the arms going again.
right. And that's why we're spitballing. So I'm trying to think it out. Like we send her a message, say this is what happens, leave her a way to communicate with us.
She is 100% probably not going to go, oh, well, then I definitely need to open arms again, if she does not have assurances that it can happen again. Because to show strength once, yes, is powerful, but to show that you can do it again is more powerful. And yes, perception is reality. That is what I am saying. But I'm saying if we have nothing to be able to back it up, if she calls our bluff, we are fucked and we have ruined any negotiation from that point forward. If we want to show power, we show that how our power disrupts things around her, which could hurt her if we ever pointed it towards her. So it's a soft threat. It is, we can disrupt to your advantage, we could disrupt to your disadvantage.
I'm with you, okay? If that's the route you think we need to take, then let's take it. I just have reservations about aligning ourselves with another group.
Seriously.
Again.
Seriously.
And it's an unpredictable one because it isn't their whole goal to break the circles. Like, she's part of the circle, right? Like,
Yes.
you can't guarantee that they're not going to, like, we could posture and say that, oh, well, we've got some kind of leverage over this, but they're eventually, like, we can't control them. They might go after her.
No, but what we could say is, we do know who they are.
It's a lot of assumptions
Yeah.
in every direction. Because
Correct.
you're assuming you know what she thinks, how she feels, and her reactions.
Correct.
You assume you know what the circle wants to do. I get it.
What I'm not assuming that I know their goals. What I'm saying is we basically put ourselves in a place that we have a lot of hands and a lot of pockets.
Which is assuming that we can walk into this group and make them do things our way.
I don't need to make them. I just need to have seen them and know relatively who they are. Because then when I go to her, I can simply say, if this is something you do align with, then we can make the connection, we can forge a connection between the two of you and make friends. If it is something you are not aligned with, then we can make sure that you are not part of any sort of shenanigans that they are up to, because you are focusing your energy on arms, and money flows in every direction when it comes to arms.
Oh, I know you keep repeating that. Can we just agree to investigate the circle?
I'm not saying that I'm going to make friends with them. What I'm going to say is I want to know who the fuck they are and what they're doing.
Yeah,
I'm okay
that's
with that.
fine.
Yeah,
I'm
that
okay with
works.
that too. And we need to do the same thing with her before
Yes.
we side with anybody.
Well, I'm not saying we're siding with anyone. What I'm saying is we're basically going to have hands and pockets.
You're trying to play people against
I'm
each
playing
other.
people against each other
Yes.
should we need to.
Yes.
If I know what all the sides want and are doing, then I can easily say, oh, you want this? Sounds like it's going to be difficult when so-and-so hears about that.
And I'm fine with that. As long as we go in with the assumption we're going in for information,
Sure,
just to feel it out.
Mhm.
sure. I don't understand, though, what the problem is with aligning ourselves with somebody who wants to end slavery in this country.
Because you don't want to make ties with them. You just gave me this whole spill about
I'm
that's
not
not
going
what
to.
you
I'm
need.
not. I'm not going to because
Sure.
you don't want me to.
I guess we don't know fully what they're. I mean, yes, slavery's a part of it, but
Indeed,
I mean,
yeah.
I don't think. I don't know anything about this country other than what we've just been told. But
Just would rather start.
Don't they-
We already
isn't-
started a rebellion in one country.
yeah, we're going
We didn't start any rebellions
Well,
anywhere.
we're
Join,
all
yeah.
joined.
And at this point, we're all committed. We can't
Yes.
step away now.
I'm not saying that we join any other rebellions. What I'm saying is we see if it is just another flash in the pan or if it genuinely is something that is going to continue to grow here.
Meet with them.
Get the
see
information.
If we can use them.
See if you can even talk to them.
Yeah.
We don't even know who they are yet.
And then meet with her and see. We just got to feel things out without aligning ourselves
Yeah.
or indebting ourselves to anybody. First.
I'm not going to make any promises with anybody yet.
Okay.
If that is your concern.
That is.
I make no promises to anybody right now.
Just curious, what is your way of getting into the circle breakers, of finding more information?
You go to the Buddha.
Okay.
The little ones know everything. And I know the markings. We all keep the safe houses marked and knocked. It's getting dark, which means they're getting down for the night. They're making their little pods for the evening. You find a safe house, you knock in the pod, you get the information.
What makes you think that they haven't tried that already here?
To what, where?
Like Sylvanos didn't know who the leader was. He seems to know a lot. Why did he not know?
Because he was... My guess is he was chained.
He was chained,
I'm guessing he had the tattoo underneath.
right?
The Buddha don't talk to the chained.
And you were not chained.
Because if you talk to the chained, you get chained.
He didn't seem overly invested in the circle breakers anyway. It sounds like he was maybe passive at best.
It's because rebellions have sprung up before.
Yeah.
Even
that's
when
the way
I
he
was a
described
kid, we heard about a couple small uprisings, but they died within days.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that these guys are still around after sounds like at least a bit of period of time is unusual. I think the longest one that I had ever heard of lasted 6 days.
Okay. Okay.
Well, let's find out how to make contact with the circle breakers then.
I'll make contact with the Buddha.
Okay.
You're being quiet.
I think that try to get as much information, from multiple unknown sources, is in a way spinning our wheels. I think we need to collect as much information from her directly and make plans from there. I think trying to, as much I like to analyze as much angles as possible, There's just too many unknowns.
Wait, so you're saying talk to Hethra? Is that what you're saying?
Indeed.
Well, we're going to, regardless.
Right, but I think our efforts are more well used, by going and knowing more information from her, and then going and then reaction from that.
We could find out what she wants.
Yeah.
For one, why the supply stopped.
I'm with you on that, but I also want to defer to Sora on this.
Indeed, yeah.
Because if she thinks that it makes more sense to make contact with them first before making contact with her, then I don't see the harm in it.
Okay.
So does that mean you're opposed to the disruption plan?
Possibly, yeah. Because we don't know. That's really going to be helpful to us a lot.
It could cause a lot more issues than what it's worth.
Indeed.
Because we could also get, what was the term, canceled or?
Yeah.
That could get us, and we won't be able
Right.
to
We just
do
need to
anything.
get to her, period.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That is what we've known.
And I remember Aja's telling us, make any deal, do anything possible to get relationships back open.
Indeed. We don't know what the want is. And I think she's shrewd and intelligent enough to look through our schemes if we try to pull a scheme around her.
That's
We
fair.
need to know what we're dealing with first.
But
That's my thought.
I agree, but if nothing else, the
Circle breakers.
yeah, I know that one, the other one, the children,
Buddha?
The Buddha.
the Buddha are gonna have information, and so will the circle. So I don't think it's gonna hurt to sniff around a little bit before we go.
Yeah, I'm
Make
only getting a
introductions.
feel of what is going on around here.
Okay.
I'm not making any promises to them,
Okay.
and I'm not placing them in a position of authority over any actions. I just want to see what's going on, understand what's going on, just how perilous the city is sitting on right now. Because making a deal with her is the goal.
Indeed.
But if she is very much on a tenuous place, then even if we remake this deal, who knows how long it is before everything collapses around her. And if we are able to build a good knowledge base, we can start manipulating decisions once we understand what everyone is looking for. Because then we can spin this reality any way we want when we know what all the players are doing.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Information is good.
As much as she's going to, whatever deal we make, gets her money, power, whatever it is, from another country, her day-to-day is here. And fucking up her day-to-day here is going to have just as much power as her long-standing relationship with another country. So it's good that we understand what potential pitfalls are sitting ahead of her.
I just hate all this token cloak and dagger crap.
Indeed, yeah.
I'm literally a rogue.
I know. It sounds to me like she stopped because she was in fear that the rebellion is losing.
Bad
Correct.
investment.
And we
Because-
just need to prove to her that they're not. And by showing up powerful and going, we are the Folly of the Dragon from the saviors of Corandia, and we have aligned ourselves with the rebellion, and we guarantee you they are going to win.
Can't guarantee they're going to.
We can guarantee we're going to guarantee they're going to
You
win.
don't know if we throw that name around and it gets back to anyone else that we guarantee to win, to watch them fail, it does not bode well for our name.
We don't know how we can't fail.
Yes, we
The
can.
people that the rebellion are fighting against are the holders of the Black Flame. If we don't take them down, then everything's going to burn.
I'm aware, but what I'm saying is, we can fail. We are capable of
With
failure.
that mindset, but if we pompous and go, we guarantee their victory, and we can prove our power to you, point us at any enemy you want, and we take them down. She just needs a confidence boost in the rebellion. I think we're going to reach that same goal going the cloak and dagger route.
Sure, but what you just told me is you don't want to align yourself with a group or an organization that is going to put us in trouble and get us in the middle of another, proxy war, as it will. So we shouldn't, make any promises to the circle breakers. But what you're told, but then you just turned around in the same breath and said, "Oh, but we can totally align ourselves with this family
No,
and be
with the
and be."
rebellion.
Yes, but you just said then we can align ourselves and say, "Hey, point us in the direction of the thing you want us to do." We are now aligning ourselves with a family.
We already are aligned with them. They are our arms dealer and
We're not
supplier.
aligned with their family, we are only aligned with the business.
But with her.
Correct, and that is not the family.
Yet if we attack her, we attack.
The family.
Okay.
Because she's going to use her family. Correct. I don't think you understand. She's going to use her family to protect the business.
Okay. I'm not attacking her business. I'm not doing any of that. I'm just saying she wants proof that there's something strong enough in the rebellion that they're going to win. No matter how we get there.
Correct, but what I'm saying is now the Folly is being hired by a family to go after another family.
Is that what you were suggesting?
I'm suggesting we do whatever she feels that will
Which
prove
puts
our
the
strength.
Folly as sellswords to go after petty squabbles between
Yeah.
families.
Yeah, and we're also making a lot of assumptions right now because we haven't talked to her yet to find out what she wants, why she stopped. We're only Sylvanas seems like a great guy, but a lot of it was hearsay. Like he's kind of making assumptions too. We don't know
No, we don't.
why she stopped. We're going off of what he thought, and we're making plans off of an assumption. We need to know
Oh,
why she stopped.
I'm still on plan A. I'm
Yeah.
just stating I
I'm
would
okay.
much rather just go kick some ass and be done with it.
Sure,
I'm
and
okay
what I
having-
am saying is if we sell our strength to her to prove the strength of the rebellion, what we would be doing is very much selling the Folly to a family to go against another family. Because the show of force she's going to want to see is here and local. She's not going to wait 6 months to hear if we did some great good somewhere else.
Yeah, but the best part is we fucking leave afterwards.
And the name the Folly gets associated with petty squabbles in Tir Ratha.
No, I'm with Sir on this one. I don't want to be a plaything, for lack of a better word, for the families.
Like I said, it's just wishful thinking. I'm still on plan A. We go talk. We do the thing.
Information. We need information.
It's perfectly okay to have multiple irons in the fire. Figure out which one's going to burn hottest. Get the goal. Get our goal accomplished. So we find the circle breakers. Figure out what their deal is. What kind of information we get there. When we go to Hethra, we find out what her deal is. Why she stopped supplying the rebellion. Figure out what she wants, and then we can go from there. We can play them off of each other. We can
Go up to the 8th.
go up to the 8th.
Talk
We
to
could,
that young man.
I think we all agree we don't like that plan.
We don't, but we have access.
We do have access,
mm-hmm.
I really don't like that plan.
and we're all with you on that. We don't want to go that route.
Sneak a peek up there, though. It's not a bad idea.
Would you be alright tonight if I went and looked around and potentially made contact with the Buddha-chan?
What, tonight?
Yes, tonight is the perfect time.
I am now.
Do you want any backup?
I'd rather not have too many hands in this.
Sure.
I need to move quick and light.
Sure.
I'm okay with it because I knew you were going to do it anyway, but I really appreciate you asking.
I wasn't going to do it without you all knowing and approving of it. Inside check.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck that. Inside check.
I'm not rolling deception.
Shoot, my insight sucks ass.
Seems like she's telling the truth.
Okay.
Alright.
I don't know what to say. It just... That means a lot to me.
I know we're not stealthy, but seriously, call us if you need us.
I am. If you want someone around that can hang back a little bit between.
Unfortunately, you don't have a tattoo, so...
Like I said, that was good to not have a tattoo.
No, I mean like a communication
with
tattoo.
these tattoos, yes.
So I wouldn't be able to talk to you very keenly.
I know she's not here. But she's got the signaling stones. Do you know what the range is on those?
Oh, good question.
You can talk to each other like a walkie-talkie.
You
No,
can.
like, I can just, they just light up. So
it's just
basically
light.
like...
Okay.
But it's still...
It's like a signal light.
If the range is far enough
Right.
and she's like, shit, I'm in trouble,
Yeah.
we'll go look.
Yeah.
Rather than waiting till the next... You know what I
So
mean?
we don't, our tattoos are like 60 feet,
120
feet.
120 feet.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? So
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
at least there'd be something.
Is it a one-time use or are they like...
It's like a
Once a day use.
Once a day
Oh,
use, I
once a
think.
day.
Okay. Okay.
I didn't specify. I am going to say they work as long as they're both on the same plane.
Okay.
Okay.
And is it a once-a-day use?
Well, it's after use the rocks become mundane stone. So it's a
Forever.
one-time
It's a
use.
one-time
It's an emergency,
That's why they were
but
like dirt
it's
cheap.
but it's
Yeah.
something.
Okay.
So
So then we will take the stones and obviously if it lights up, I'm fucked.
And then we can both go die. Yes.
no.
I know. And he's one.
Stone is going to stay with the
Yeah.
group. That's going to be super far away from you guys. Like
Yeah,
back
but
at
if
the
I'm in
hotel.
immediate danger, I need him to know.
then shout.
Old school. I like
I'm
it.
just saying. I'm just saying because then it's the same situation. You two are and the rest of the
Yeah,
team
okay,
is all
all
sitting
right.
in the hotel.
All right.
3 hoots of the snow owl.
Yeah, but you're not gonna know where I am. So
Yeah.
like, if you know I'm in danger, where are you gonna start looking?
I'm gonna ask
Noah.
Noah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna ask Noah to sneak a peek. Something like we'll figure it out.
Okay, all
We'll
right.
go
I
look
have
for you.
stone. You have the other half of the stone. If you want to come with me, you
If
can.
you have to light up that stone,
Yeah.
I will rip this entire fucking town apart.
That means a lot to me. Especially because this town can die in a fucking fire for all I care.
Do you want your daggers?
No, you keep them. I've got plenty of other daggers.
This thing goes off. We're going.
However, I am going to need the minute to change my appearance a little bit.
May I borrow one of those daggers? Yeah.
Because
I'll give you one of
Mosaius
mine.
Brevis
Yeah,
is now a known entity of means and class, I do not want to be potentially caught traveling to the Bulacha.
Okay.
So I am going to change my coloration to blue, and make my eyes like a really like deep, rich like navy. And I'm going to take one of my like fabric pieces that I have that I've been wearing for like head coverings, and I'm just going to cover my head. I'm not going to wear a wig. I'm just going to tuck up my hair and cover my head, and I'm just going to put on some one of our regular traveling clothes,
Okay.
so that I just kind of look more like just a person on the street,
Okay.
but still obviously a tiefling. So like you can still see that I have horns underneath my headpiece, like underneath the fabric. I'm not disguising the shape. It's more of I'm just like covering my hair.
Okay. All right. So that'll take you a while. That'll take you,
Yeah,
to
'cause
wash off and then reapply a whole new skin color and kind of do everything up. Probably a couple hours.
Yeah, which is fine because like the kid, like you said, it was about 5 p.m. at
Yeah.
that time. The kids won't start hunkering down to like midnight.
Okay. All right. So you take the time and get that ready and kind of progress. You're wanting to wait till about midnight?
I would say as soon as I'm ready, so like 11, because like it's usually when they're starting to find, like 10, 11 when they're starting to
You'll
find.
probably be
places.
ready like 7, so it's up to you when you want to leave.
Okay, then I would say like I'm gonna wait till like 10 p.m.
Okay.
Because 12, like I'm trying to think of like when I was their age. Usually we were looking for a place, so by sundown we had a location for the night. And then usually like the kids were still like kind of talking amongst themselves, eating dinner, stuff like that, and then you settled down at midnight to like go to sleep. So like they would still be up if I were to show up into one of their like camps around 10:30, 11.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I'm still gonna make sure that I have, 2 of my daggers like hidden and tucked away so I can easily access them. But I won't have like all my stuff.
Okay.
So I'm significantly more vulnerable.
Okay.
Speaking of which, since we have all that time to kill, while she's getting ready and doing light or moderate activity, like maybe short rest type activity, I would like to meditate in the center of the room for my short rest. And
Have you guys even like cast anything? Because it's been like a week since. you
Now
guys
I
have
know
done
what you're
anything.
getting ready to do.
it has been, but I kind of wanted to like.
You're wanting to cast something.
Well, I'm not wanting to cast it. I am wanting to test my new short rest ability.
Yeah.
But I assume that my short rests now are a little more,
Beefy.
a little more sparkly.
Sparkly.
It's because you want to give me 9 temporary hit
I
points.
do.
I was
Isn't that a long rest?
No, it's a short rest.
short?
It's a long or short.
Dang.
That's
Hit
a
points.
boss like ability. Are you adding short rest into that?
I know.
And I can pick up to 5 people besides
Like-
myself.
Oh my god.
Any 5, like if the range doesn't matter, it's just like.
No, there's range on it.
So we have
But we
to-
always
60
sleep
feet.
relatively near each other.
Yeah. But I figure if we're all in the same room,
Yeah,
I mean, I can prep in the same room that you're in.
You grant you have 14. Everybody else could get 9.
everyone else gets plus 9 temporary hit points. Until a long I had to look up the specific rule. Until they go away at a long rest.
So
But then
basically
they
resets.
restore. Yeah. Let's go.
Yep. Now they don't stack with anything else or even itself. So even if you get it like a long rest and then take a short rest later,
Yeah.
It's
it's not
only-
going
it's
to
only
increase.
minimum.
Yeah. Temp head points don't stack.
Yeah, right.
How, when do temporary go away?
Long rest.
Long rest.
Long
That's
rest.
what we were just discussing.
Your long rest or my long rest?
Your long rest.
And obviously they go away if you use them.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. If you,
I would have to use my long rest to reset them.
All right.
So
Yeah, I mean you've got plenty of time before 10 o'clock. So
That's what I figured. I'd take a short meditation rest and just let everyone bask in the glow of stoic.
you have to remind us. 'Cause
So on your sheet, U2 sheet, there is a place for temp hit points if you want to add it.
Yep. I just added it in.
you have to remind
And
us
then
like
I'm
every
going to
long rest
leave
now.
my necklace
I
that gets
know.
me access to the upper levels with the guys. I'm not bringing that with me. I'm unloading pretty much everything except 2 daggers to carry with me. One of them is the the fancy sapphire dagger that does the extra bougie problems. The other one is my invisible dagger that you gave me a long time ago. So if someone found me, they'd
Invisible
only
dagger.
see one dagger on me.
Right. So are you leaving like your cloak and your bow and all that other stuff too? Like your boots, the...
I'm keeping my boots, but I am leaving my bow,
Okay.
and I'm going to wear my cloak because it's just going to be like something that is warm in the cooler temperatures.
The cloak of the Dark Wizard or your cloak of warmth?
Cloak of the Dark Wizard,
Okay.
because it's just a dark green color.
Okay. All right. Are you doing anything special?
Yeah, I mean, I'll follow her lead on the pendant and everything, making sure that nothing's showing. So I just want to make sure. Okay, cool. I will take my Blessing of Terrace and put it in the longest compartment on my quiver, and I'm going to hide that underneath my cloak.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
So with it hidden like that under your cloak, it means it'll probably take longer to like get out in a combat. It won't be
yeah.
readily available. So just so you're aware.
Yep, I get that.
Okay. Is that it? Everything else you're keeping or keeping on you? I mean.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else I would need to take off. I mean, if there's any, I'll actually turn to you. If there's anything else I need to remove,
I
let
will
me know.
unload anything that you think might be valuable and grabbable.
Okay. I'll take off my money pouch and leave that in the room.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything else. I'm not taking the chest of preserving with me. I'm just gonna do that here. That's not gonna serve anything. Yeah.
Pastries.
Hey kids, you want some pastries? That doesn't sound creepy at all.
Well, let's say it that way.
I am going to keep my throwing darts.
Got a white wagon with no windows. You know?
I am keeping my throwing darts underneath my underneath my top, so like I can literally like pull them out if I need to.
Yeah, I think I will leave.
Normally I put Malthus ones in there, but I'm putting this bad boy in there.
I'm gonna keep. I'll keep the two rings on me: the ring of obscuring, the ring of the linguist. I will attune to obscuring. Actually, I'm already attuned to it. I'll keep that one attuned. So actually, I'll leave the ring of the linguist here. But I think everything else I will actually keep on me, minus the bedrolls and all that crap. That
Okay. So any equipment, make sure you write down or make notes that you don't have, so you don't use them, or if it affects AC or attack or any of that kind of stuff, just make sure you note it.
Sure.
And unattune to whatever you need to unattune to if you're not taking it, that sort of thing. Unequip it from D&D Beyond so that it's not factoring into your stats.
I'll have one short sword on me.
Okay.
The circlet of human perfection, when it's not turned on, does it look like I'm just wearing a circlet, or do you not see it at all?
No, it'd be a circlet, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to keep the circlet of human perfection on. I'm just going to tuck the fabric so that you can't see it. Like, tuck the fabric inside
Okay.
so you wouldn't know it's there.
Okay.
I'll have my cloak.
This isn't super strong.
over.
Okay.
I think it's too badass to not do.
All right.
I'm gonna talk to Sarah while she's
very
getting ready.
Sure.
So this is your first, solo mission with Asura, is that correct? Y'all been on a mission like this together?
I think we're fairly early on. I mean, I don't know if we went on like a full mission, but there was a time where I think it was just the two of us.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, because when we did the
Yeah.
stealth mission up
Five
by
countries,
to check out what the structure was for
Yeah.
the thing we blew up.
16.
That's why I was like, I
Found
thought
the
it
white
was
dragon.
something.
Okay.
Yeah, we were like hung out in that house together for a while.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'm not as so whatever. I just just watch your back.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just part of the team.
Alright.
Like, I'm gonna take care of you guys as much as I can.
Okay, just also she can just trust her, I guess. She may say some things. I don't know what she's gonna say, but you can trust her.
Okay, I felt like I trusted her before that statement.
Alright, good.
Good talk.
I'm not so sure.
Well, trust her now. All good to go.
Okay. I am so confused.
Welcome to the Folly.
Sarek, are you ready?
Let's go.
Just keep your mouth shut. There might be some times where you're not gonna understand what I'm saying.
Just give me, if you need me to, give me a signal. I can go visible and just really be
That,
hidden.
Yeah, we'll definitely need to do that when we get
Because
close.
that can last about an hour or so.
Okay. If you hear a whistle, if you hear a big loud whistle, I'm fucked and I need help.
All right.
Okay. All right. So the two of you head off into
The unknown.
the cold desert air night. You know, much less busy than during the daytime, but still more people than you'd expect for this time of night. More than like, you know, Elduin or you know, cities that you're accustomed to. It seems like there's a little bit more activity in the nighttime here. But you guys slowly make your way back down through the circles.
Yeah, I do tell the guys as we're heading out, we will be down back into the low circles again.
So, making your way back down through the levels until eventually you cross the boundary out into the slums of nowhere. I want you to roll a investigation check with advantage.
Okay.
Because you know your way around, more or less. At least the markings.
Searching for children.
That is going to be a 17.
17. Okay. And you are with her? Are you following behind her from a distance? What are you doing?
I will probably be right around, probably about 30 feet behind her.
Okay. As she starts entering, you know, kind of leaving the main thoroughfare and kind of entering into this place, you quickly realize that this is like a maze, like a three-dimensional maze. You'll probably have to stay fairly close to stay in sight of her, as she is kind of weaving different ways through it. It's not like you have a lot of eyeline distance.
It's going to sound bad. I want Hunter's marker,
Okay.
so I can keep tabs on her.
Do I feel Hunter's Mark? Is that a sensation that I have?
I don't think so.
Okay.
You see a giant.
I don't feel like that like itch on the back of my head, like something's watching me.
I don't think so, because there's not really any resistance to it or anything like
No,
that.
it's just on you.
We could all be hunters, Mark.
So it's a concentration
That's
up to
right.
an hour.
Yep. I'll go ahead and do that while we're walking through the maze.
It's pretty badass.
It is.
And definitely like I think it's weird because it's probably the most dexterous you've ever seen me. It's just my ability to just go like do these like
So
streets.
basically, that will help
Yes.
with finding, but not necessarily. It's not like you just know
Right.
where they are. So
Right.
you still have to like keep up, and
Yeah, we'll make sure I can track her and
Yeah.
essentially.
probably still have to keep fairly close, maybe closer than you intended,
Yeah.
to not lose her in the maze that is dark. There is not much light in this maze either. Your dark vision is going a long ways here because it's not like city streets where there are torches and lanterns and things like that. It is dark, and you are seeing a lot of dark figures like kind of appearing out of shadows in different places, looking at you with different types of looks. And you know, you being completely foreign, it's like in this dark area of this slums, it's claustrophobic and scary. Whether Sarek feels scared per se or not is up to you, but like it is a genuinely kind of frightening environment that you could easily be lost in. And you don't get the impression you could trust anyone here.
Yeah,
So it'd be really bad to get lost.
gather
in
that from
this area.
Yeah. I probably will. How close do you think I would need to be to keep her in sight?
Probably like about 15 feet.
About
at any
15?
given
Alright.
time, yeah.
Yeah, if I start to really feel like she might get away, I will close the distance a little bit to keep her inside as much as I can.
Okay. And roll a stealth check if you're trying to
Sure.
be unobtrusive here.
21.
Okay. And because of the nature of this, you're far from hidden per se, but you're trying to look like you're not necessarily,
Right.
yeah. So we'll see how well
And
that works.
I probably will keep an eye out. I don't know how to word this. If at any point I feel like becoming too much of a distraction, I would turn invisible.
Okay. That's good. It's up to you.
I knew it was coming.
Oh, yeah.
I was like,
Yeah. So I don't know if I need to roll anything to kind of be aware of that.
Keep in mind, if you go invisible, you will lose Hunter's Mark.
Yes. That's why I went and closed the distance on there a little bit so I can keep an eye out.
Okay, but for now, you're just following behind.
Yeah.
So, as you work your way through, kind of looking around, you kind of, end up sticking to like the bottom levels of this area, looking for telltale markings and finding a couple that seem to be empty at the moment. And so you just kind of keep going deeper and deeper, into this, and eventually. You find one where doesn't even have like a doorway or anything like that, but just seems to be kind of this rubbly remnant of a room, but with a lot of like kind of fallen rubble from maybe a ceiling in the past that collapsed but is now replaced, and so there's just a slew of rocks and garbage and everything else in this kind of area. But as you approach, you can see one of what looks like a small tiefling child kind of sitting at the entrance, and inside you can see other forms, within, and the kid kind of eyes you as you walk by.
To the little one that's sitting out there, in Thieves' Cant, I ask, how warm is the hearth tonight?
Yeah, he kind of looks you up and down. This kid's probably, maybe 10, give or take, you'd think. And he just kind of turns and like spits on the ground, and he's like, "It's always cold. What do you expect? What do you think you are?"
Home.
You're too clean to be from here.
Sometimes it's nice to get a shower now and again.
Like rain?
Yes, like rain.
It never rains here.
It will one day.
Okay.
And I keep on going in.
Into the room?
Yeah.
And he like steps up and kind of, "What do you think you're doing?
Entering my home.
This is not yours, this is ours." And you can see a couple of other forms starting to get up and others starting to wake up or stir.
I'm going to ask who's the oldest.
He kind of looks at you, and then he kind of turns, and another one approaches. He'd probably guess 14 or 15. Male. You can't really tell what color he is in the dark. It's almost pitch black. It's very dim, so you can only see kind of black and white with your dark vision. So it's kind of hard to tell what color any of these tieflings are. But he approaches, and you could tell immediately, like, he's just hard and toughened by this area. And who are you? What do you want?
Are these your children?
For tonight.
I'm not here to cause any trouble or to interrupt the sleep. I'm looking for information.
You came here?
Well, as a fellow Buddha, I know that you keep your ears to the ground better than anyone else.
What do you want?
I want to know what you've heard of some commotions that have been happening for the Chained.
Commotion?
The Circle Breakers.
You can kind of hear a few whispers from the kind of stirring forms in the back, and you can kind of see that most of them are awake and paying attention to this. And you know, the eldest just kind of crosses his arms and is like, "What is it to you?"
Well, as someone who grew up here, and fortunately got out of here, I very much do not want to see the rest of you end up with tattoos. So I just want to hear who they are, what they want.
And so you just want to. Which, by the way, you can hear if you get close enough and stop, you can hear a little bit about this, but you have no idea what they're saying.
Yeah. Oh,
This
yeah.
is like a very broken dialect of Thieves' Cant that they're speaking.
I want to get a kind of look around as much as I can because I was dark and see if anybody's watching me right now.
Do a perception check.
Yeah, that's not bad. 15.
Okay. There are people who are kind of poking out every now and then as you walk by, like very guarded looks and everything like that, but you're seeing that pretty frequently as you walk past. Like there's a lot of alertness in this area.
A place I could, because I don't necessarily want to do this out in the open, dip into like a dark spot and I would go invisible and maybe get a little bit closer.
Yeah, probably if you back up a little bit. Yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
so I want to do that. I'm going to turn invisible.
Okay. No problem.
And then move just a little bit closer. I'm not going to get like super close because I can't understand what they're saying anyway.
So the eldest is like, so what? The goodness of your heart, you just want to go help free slaves with these people?
It's not so much goodness of my heart. It's more righteous fury of my heart.
Righteous fury? You a priest?
No. I lost somebody to this skin selling. I was in Shigorith when I saw it happen. She was from here.
Roll a persuasion check.
That is going to be a 15.
Damn.
I rolled very low.
Well, if you are from here, then you know what I want.
I take out, like, you'll just see me, like, I don't know if you can see me, but the way in which I take the coins out of, like, seemingly nowhere is very unusual because you see one coin in each finger, and I, like, flourish it down into the palm to hand it off.
Okay. And how much are you giving him?
There's going to be 5 gold in the flourish.
You kind of like. You see his eyes narrow, like very suspiciously. Like this is a lot of money to them.
Yeah. It's a lot of money in general.
It's a big risk and a big ask. I'd also like to point out that I started where you are, and now I have 5 gold to freely spend.
You see another looks like a little bit younger girl tiefling, kind of steps up and is like, "Don't do it. She could be a slaver. Like, we could be helping the wrong people." There's a couple of other people who chime in, like, kind of arguing at this point.
And, like, my eyes flash, like, black, complete black, and then bright gold, and then back to the navy blue that my fake persona has been. And you watch me, it's like, my whole face just, like, tighten. I'm like, I am no slaver.
I'll sort of, like, take a step back and, like, roll an intimidation check for me.
I've never done that before. Ooh, intimidation? Oh, that's a dirty 20.
Yeah.
Okay. They're all sort of, like, very clearly looking at you with fear at this point. The older one just like, we should just give her what she wants and so she'll go away. And he like snatches it out of your hand. And then he turns and you see a number of the children kind of step forward almost into a huddle, and you can kind of overhear them like chattering to each other. And with them and kind of talking to each other, you can understand most of it, but even at this point, like being away from it for a while, it's like a language you don't use, and it's like a, you kind of lose it a little bit. So you miss bits and pieces of it, but it's a lot of arguing of like, what they all collectively know and who to send you to and that sort of thing. And the consensus seems to be that Damius would know. And so they he finally turns and is like, if you go that way, 10 minutes walk, maybe. There's a little bit of a open marketplace. You'll see there's a place with like a fake golden shield out front. There's a man named Damius there. He claims to have contact with them. If anyone knows how to reach them, it's him.
Thank you. And then I flourish out another 3. And what is the password with you?
Just tell him Locust says hello.
Locust? So you chatter in the dark.
And he like snatches the gold out from you again. He just takes it from you, and then he just kind of crosses his arms like.
Out of my other pouch, I take out some of my provisions, like my food provisions, for the little ones.
You see the girl step forward and grab it.
Make sure the youngest ones feed first. They fall behind the fastest.
If they deserve it, they will.
They always deserve it.
You have what you want.
And you have some gold. Spend it wisely. Be smart about it.
Always.
And I'll just tuck out. And I'll pat the little 10-year-old's head on the way out.
Yeah, and she kind of flinches a little bit, like, definitely still scared of you. All right, so you head off. Okay. So, as you make your way through this maze, assuming you follow behind, and it's easier to stay unnoticed, invisible, but you find it occasionally almost difficult to stay because these are narrow, like, passageways, like through this area, and occasionally having to like flatten yourself or even backtrack as other people are walking through to like get to a place where you can get out of the way for them to pass and everything like that. And so it's comes a different kind of challenge to keep up with her. But eventually as you you reach a place where like there's like a relatively kind of small open place with a lot of ragged canvas, like tarps and things like that are erected in a variety of places, kind of open to the sky and just surrounded by the 3 or 4 story complex around it, where you were just described to go. Do me a favor before I describe this. Roll an insight check for me with advantage for this.
It's not gonna be great because I don't have great insight. I have a 12.
Okay. Okay. So even with a 12, so what you see as you enter this area, you see most of it seems to be deserted. As you can see, it looks to be an area where there's some, like, buying and selling taking place during the daytime, but nobody, it's mostly deserted right now. Except for a few forms of, you can see kind of in the dim light, under the starlight, you can see the forms of a number of armed tieflings kind of surrounding and approaching another one that has a sword out. And you can kind of see two younger kind of behind her, like kind of in the area where the stalls are. And it's like you can't really quite place it, but there's something a little unusual about it. Like this confrontation, that it just doesn't seem like the normal kind of, like something about it seems off, like almost like a back of your head, like voice, instinctual thing of like, there's something about this that isn't the normal violence that you see every day. And you don't know exactly what it is until you hear, if you want to get close enough to listen or observe, and roll a stealth check for me real quick. And you two with advantage.
And I will also probably go ahead and reach back and get my bow out just in case.
Okay.
That is going to be a 25.
Okay.
22.
Okay. So as you creep forward, you see she is quite clearly kind of standing in this sort of protective stance, between these guys approaching her, and the two kind of younger, more poorly dressed ones behind her. And you hear one of them say, "You're gonna stand, just step aside. We'll deal with you after them. But we'll make it a lot worse if you don't." And she's like, I can't do that. And you hear him reply, "Well, then we're gonna have to show you what happens to you breaker scum." And that's where we're gonna end tonight.
Yeah.
I am severely underweaponed.
Yep.
And I don't have armor, so if I get hit, I get wrecked.
Oh, you didn't bring.
I didn't wear my armor. I'm like just in casual clothes. Because I didn't want to come off in any way, shape, or form as a target for anything.
Oh.
Put me in armor and I'm a target.
Oh boy.
Because I look menacing.
I meant to loan you something before you guys left. But like by the time we were already narrating, I was like, I'm not gonna slow it down or stop it.
What did you have?
I was gonna unattune from my cloak and let him borrow it.
Oh.
So that
was
bamf.
That would
So he could bamf you out,
Yeah.
you both out of a
That would have
situation.
been good.
That would have been good.
Well,
Womp womp.
Yeah.
hindsight being 2020,
Yep.
Yeah, because I couldn't. I know you have a Misty Step, right?
Yeah,
I
Misty
think
Step,
you have a
yeah.
BAMF, and I think you have a BAMF.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thunder Step.
Thunderstep.
Yeah.
But like, I don't think you
I have
have
a Misty Step.
You
I
do
can
have a
get,
Misty-
I can
okay.
get out, but
Okay.
well, I don't know.
Can't take
I
someone
think
with
I can
you.
get out. I don't know if I still have access to it. I've not tried since.
It's also
no better time than now.
That's fair.
No, I can't go. Ah!
No better.
I won't lie. This was definitely like a secret wish that I had once we got back to my hometown. That I was like walking through all the deep dark corridors. And, like, I wanted to do this so bad. I was like, put Sarah back in her natural habitat.
Right?
I've been waiting for this.
Yeah. Yeah, it was interesting because I had no idea what direction you guys were going to go. There's a number of options on the table.
Well, they
We
were
don't
talking.
know. We don't know either.
Well, they were
Indeed.
talking. I was literally just like, okay, like if we did this, this, if we did this, this. Like I was just like playing out scenarios in my head. I'm like, all right.
Is that what was all the goofy looks were for?
Oh yeah, I was literally like in my head just like coming up with ideas.
I thought you were listening to our conversation about you being like, oh.
I mean, I was a little bit towards the end when I put my head down and I was like giggling to myself. But at first, I was actively trying to like think of ideas.
Next week's gonna be fun.
I'm so excited to be back in my hometown. I was so terrified for this.
We're gonna have to figure out what.
Sarah's still like, you know.
Yeah, it's a very interesting city. It's a very particular city.
Uh-huh.
And having only ever heard it in like the breakdown description to like be in that city,
What's your-
I can see it in my head. It's so cool.
HP 96 and 93.
All right, so thank you guys for joining us. We will be back next week to see what happens with Sarek and Asura on their own in the middle of the slums at night, with a confrontation here as they try to reach the circle breakers, and what else happens in Tir Ratha. So, we'll see you guys later.
Yep. Bye.
3-2.